Day 3 saw the guys from down south dug deep into the reserves and put on a determined display of resolute batting to end the day in a much better position than when it started. 3 partnerships in excess of 50 runs not only helped the TNT to erase the deficit, it also gave them a lead of 104 runs. It is not a healthy lead, but with the addition of some more important runs this morning, this could prove to be pivotal. The Leeward Islands, however, will be mindful of the fact that some rough areas have been created by the bowlers' footmarks. They wouldn't want to be chasing anything more than 150. The pitch is still a good batting surface. However, with Karen Powell injured and the possibility of the TNT using a barrage of spin bowlers, the Leewards would want to be tight. Therefore, promises to be a gripping and even a tense contest. And with no immediate possibility of rain, it is an outright victory for either team. Kyle Powell, who had the day off yesterday, should be joining me shortly. So a pleasant good morning from the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. It is slightly overcast here at Warner Park. The umpires are in the middle. And as we saw yesterday after tea, the 2 batsmen for the Red Force team are already on the pitch. And we are not seeing the Leeward's team on the field as yet. So play will be starting momentarily. So we can tell you that yesterday, the Red Force closed day 3 on 285 for 6 from 108 overs. Captain De Silva, he is not out on 32. And Carey Pear, he is on 0. The bowling for the Leewards, Jeremiah Louis, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 70 runs, 2 wickets. Sheena Berridge, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, no wicket. Daniel Durham, 24 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 57. Raheem Cornwall, 29 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 36. Archibald, 15 overs, 3 maidens, none for 47. Terence Ward, 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9. And Michael Louis, just the 1 over for 6 runs. It was a sunny morning, just about after 9 minutes to 10, but we have now seen some high, dark clouds, so it's partly overcast here at Warner Park. But play will be starting momentarily, so we tell you that the Red Force, they have a lead of 104 runs, and the captain, Joshua De Silva, is there, and he will be looking to continue the good work that he started yesterday, and they will looking to take this up to at least 150. But the Leewards, on the other hand, would want to be taking early wickets. It is overcast, and Jeremiah Louis will be opening the attack from this the media center end. It's overcast conditions, so I'm sure he'll be looking to use the overcast conditions here at Warner Park. So the Leewards will start with 2 slips, and there is a backward point, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. And on the onside, there will be a long leg and a mid-wicket. And Cornwall, the captain who left the field late yesterday afternoon, we can tell you he's back on the park. So he's there, and he will be at first slip, so with 3 slip. Cornwall at first slip, Terence Ward at second, and Daniel Durham, he is at third. And Kofi James is on the field, as we would have said before, that he's on the field for Karen Powell, who sustained an injury while batting. And so Jeremiah Louis will be bowling the first delivery to Carey Pear to open day 4. So he's expecting to be a very interesting or tense encounter here at Warner Park. First delivery. And Carey Pear, that's what he goes through to be taken by the keeper low down. So the other matches, the West Indies Academy versus Guyana Happy Eagles. The West Indies Academy closed day 3 on 167 or 61 for 7. Johnson made 54. Thorne got 3 for 52. And Sinclair 2 for 30. Happy Eagles, you would recall, made 415. And as we speak, the players are running for cover because it is raining here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, and the rain seemed to have caught the ground staff napping because they're now rushing to get the covers onto the field onto the pitch. Players have already made their way off, and the rain is coming on a bit heavy here at Warner Park, so the ground staff, they're caught by surprise. A dark cloud was overhead, and the rain came, and the ground staff were caught by surprise. They have gotten the first cover on. So the main strip, the main square has been covered, but it's raining heavily here at Warner Park, and the other large cover is now being brought onto the square. So we tell you that just after one delivery, play has been suspended here at Warner Park. A heavy shower has just come down, so play will be suspended, maybe at least for, it looks like from what we are seeing, could be for at least half an hour, and it is coming down heavy, but the sun is peeping through as well, so it's raining, but the sun is trying to come through. It should not be lasting too long, and as we speak, it is holding up slightly, and the sun has come out, so we will take this break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So welcome back to Warner Park. We greet you with the news that play is about to resume for 7. Johnson made 54. Thorne got 3 for 52. And Sinclair 2 for 50. And Guyana Happy Eagles, when they batted, they made 415 for 7 declared from 112 overs, 112.1 overs. Sinclair made 165 not out. And Ashley Ned got 5 for 97. Jamaica Scorpions versus Barbados. Jamaica Scorpions 269 and 220 for 8. Mansing made 54. Cumberbatch got 4 for 26. And Wickham 2 for 26. As Louis will continue from this media center end. So matches around the region. So this is the third round of matches. So Barbados 389 from 120 overs. Brathwaite 142. And Wickham made 63. Green got 4 for 78, and Salmon got 3 for 94. And then Windward Islands for Volcanoes versus CCC. Volcanoes 395 from 105.4 overs. As Jeremiah Louis bowling to pair. Good delivery. And combined campuses and colleges 204 and 271 for 6 from 81 overs. Carter made 94. Graves 62. And D. Evelyn 56. Springer got 2 for 33. And so that game has been played at Shedwin Park. Jamaica lead the Barbados team by 100. And West Indies Academy need a further 268 runs to win. And delivery which is played into the offside, thinking about the single hesitation. And the youngster Joel Andrew came in quickly and prevented any possibility of a run. So the sun is out, it's all its brilliance. High clouds, high white and puffy clouds. The dark clouds have disappeared. So hopefully there will not be any more interruptions for today. And this is expected to be a very keen contest, because the Red Force did very well yesterday and they would want to continue. They made 237 runs for 6 wickets from 90 overs. And anxiously looking back as the ball pitched up, looking for the drive. Came from the inner portion of the bat, went down into the offside. So good batting by the Red Force yesterday. Jid Gooley, he batted well. He made 64. And then you had 49 from the experienced Jason Mohammed. Tion Webster chipped in with 38, and the captain, De Silva, he's on 32. The Red Force 285 it is for 6. As Louis in the first over of the final day's play here at Warner Park. So that over has come to an end, and the Leewards will be looking to get the remaining 4 wickets as quickly as possible. And the Silver, I'm sure, will be hoping that Payer can stick around with him, and he can try and take this target up to at least 150, and that could put some pressure on the Leewards. Still a good batting strip here at Warner Park, and so it's going to be Daniel Doram who will open the attack from the far end on the final day of this third round encounter between the TNT Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Doram yesterday bowled 24 over 6 maidens, 1 for 57. Thought it was a bit too flat at times, and he probably want to give it a little more flight. So for Doram, there'll be a slip. There's a point, an extra cover and a cover. There's also a long on and a fielder down on the back of the square fence. There's also a straightish mid-wicket. So Doran will be bowling to the captain of the Red Force team. That's Joshua De Silva, who is on 32. So he'll be facing his first delivery of the morning. The first over was bowled from the media center end. And Carrie Payer faced all the deliveries. So there's been a change in the field.
Long when you're doing them thing, boy.
Has been brought
Save yourself the back and forth. It's up and down ain't easy, you know.
A long off initially was sent back, but it was called back inside the circle. So Durham, first delivery, and the Silva is pushing it into the offside. So the first hour of play will be very important for both teams. Red Force would want to get a good partnership here. Leeward would want to break the partnership. This game certainly will be an interesting encounter. The Red Force lead by 104 runs. Remember, they had a deficit on first innings of 181. And a delivery which was pushed back down the strip might have been deceived slightly, leaving the bat in the air, but dropping well short of the bowler. So the one we bowled from the far end was a flatter, faster delivery. So it's good sunshine here at Warner Park in this final day's play. And the Leewards would have won the toss on day one in overcast conditions. The Red Force would have made 137 in the first innings. They go for a quick single as Colin Archibald, moving around to his left, couldn't stop it. So they're off the mark in terms of the 4 days play. One run to the Silver. So he goes on to 33. It is 286. And the lead is 105. So as I said, it's very important for both teams, because if the Red Force can get up to 175, we could very well have a very interesting game here at Warner Park. Ensure the management of both teams will be mindful of that as the second over comes to an end. 286 for 6, the Red Force. So tell you, yesterday there was a third wicket partnership of 68 between Mohammed and Ajit Ghuli, and then a partnership of 72 between Ghuli and Tion Webster. And then there was a partnership of 56 for the sixth wicket, and that partnership was between the Silver and Terence Hines. So it seems as though there will be a change of bowling from the media center end. So Jeremiah Louis was only given the one over from this end. So he has been replaced by Kezon Archibald, a left arm, a medium pacer. So it's bright sunshine. So we just had a sharp shower, which caused the players to rush off the field. And caught the ground staff napping as well. They were late in getting the covers on, but the pitch was not damaged, or it didn't get wet, even if you had a little sprinkle because of the dry conditions here at Warner Park. No damage to the pitch. So Archibald will go around the wicket. The Silver is looking to drive into the offside, gets it down towards back of the square for a single. So he came from the inner portion of the bat. So good delivery first up from Archibald, pitched up, and the Silver looking to drive. He got a single in the end, however. So with that single, total has gone on to 287. And the Silver has gone on to 34. So it's a little overcast again. Another dark cloud has come over Warner Park. Let us hope it will disappear as quickly as the first one. So Kezon Archibald will be bowling to Carey Pear. Misfield in the offside by Sheena Berridge allowed the batsman to go through for a single. You don't want to be giving away unnecessary runs. I don't know if Sheena Berridge is the best person to have at cover. Maybe Casey Carty, who is at mid-off, could be fielding in the covers rather than your opening bowler, Sheena Berridge. And I'm sure he's not known for his great fielding. I was at cover and he misfield, and the batsman were able to go through for a single. 288 for 6. And the lead by 107. So the Leewards would keep their eyes on that lead. The Red Force will be hoping that they can extend it as far as possible. So there are 2 slips. There's a point on the boundary, it's cover and the mid-off. So it's Archibald to the silver. So the delivery right up, good delivery, coming on hard in it. That's the silver. So we're in the 3rd over of this, the final day's play here at Warner Park. And the Leewards will be hoping to break this partnership. The silver has progressed from his overnight 32 to 34. Carripe has gone from his overnight 0. He has got a single. And Carlisle Powell has just joined us in the box as Archibald. Good delivery, beaten outside the off-stump. Loud appeal is out, caught behind. Lovely delivery by Archibald. About touchdown just on about the off-stump. Seamed away slightly. Edge found. The partnership has been broken. Leewards have picked up their first wicket, an early wicket. Very importantly, they have gotten the captain of the Red Force team.
Excellent delivery by Colin Archibald. Fuller. And that is exactly the length that you have to bowl on this pitch if you're going to ask the batsmen to play. Trinidad and Tobago did well to survive yesterday with only 6 wickets down. You look at it again, Gary. It seemed to pitch and then straighten just a little bit rather than the coming back in that De Silva was playing for. And so a good early break by the Leeward, 7 wickets down for the Red Force.
Yes, so the Leewards getting early breakthrough. And I'm sure they would have been hoping for that. And they have gotten it. And on the other hand, the Red Force would have been hoping that Captain De Silva would have spent some time in the middle. But Brian Charles has replaced his captain. So Brian Charles would have captained the Red Force team in the first 2 games in the absence of De Silva. But De Silva has now come back and he's taken over the captaincy. And Brian Charles would want to stick around and see how many runs he can get. And see if he can extend the lead to as far as possible. So TNT would want to extend the lead. But the Leewards have done well to pick up the early wicket. Kelvin Archibald replacing Jeremiah Louis from the media center. And Louis only had the 1 over. So a good change by Captain Cornwall and effecting the breakthrough.
Oh yes. And after batting for such a long period yesterday, of course, the Leewards didn't want to be frustrated for too long this morning. But Gary, having picked up wicket number 7, that's not it. They still have to get 3 more wickets.
Yes, and I'm sure they're mindful of that. So 3 slips for the new batsman, Charles. Delivery on the stumps, and that's what you want to be doing, making the batsman play. The previous 2 deliveries to the Silver, they were pitched up. The first one, as a matter of fact, came from the inner portion of the bat. He got a single. And then he got another delivery was pitched up Yorker length. And then this one just touched on just on about the off stump and went through, took the edge, and the keeper took it low down. So 286 for 7. So Charles has a highest score 43 in first class cricket. We'll want to equal that or even better it today. And if you and Carripe at the end of that over, 288 also has scored a century and a half century. So these 2 batters, they have some ability with the bat, Carlisle.
Oh, definitely. That is why you have to make them play as often as possible. The lead is 107, and so they backed themselves yesterday to bat long Trinidad and Tobago, and did so. Got themselves into a lead. Of course, they would be looking to see exactly how many they can get, because if they can take this a little deeper and give the Leewards in excess of 150, they would at least have something to bowl to.
So Durham will continue from that far end, and Carripe will be the batsman in strike. Dead ball signaled by umpire Carly Tuckett at the far end, as Durham didn't feel comfortable, so he pulled out of his run-up or his delivery, and he's driving on the bounce down to Jeremiah Louis with extra cover. So the Red Force yesterday made 237 for 6 in their 90 overs. They would have started the day on 48 without loss. Flighted, coming forward, good delivery. Deceiving the batsman somewhat. He had to check his stroke, pushed it into the offside, went in the air, but dropped to the left and well short of Jeremiah Leeward extra cover. Another good delivery on the stump, forcing the batsman to play. So that's what Doan would want to do. You want to keep the batsman, keep things tight. You don't want the Red Force to score quickly today. The lead is 107. Delivery into the offside. So you want to keep the pressure on the batsman. They have been able to pick up that early wicket of the Silver in Archibald's first over of the day. Caught behind by the keeper, Hamilton. And there's Carripier driving. And so delivery was driven back on the strip, and the keeper giving the impression that he probably went a bit closer to the bowler than we thought. Maybe we can look at it on the monitor if you can get a replay. The last delivery. Durham comes up from the far end. Playing it off the thigh pad, looking to work it into the onside. So the over has, but I got an early boat. I came town early and was fortunate to catch the 7:30 boat, which left at 7:45. So it's going to be Archibald will continue from this media center end. So the sun has come back out bright here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. Charles is getting a good delivery. So I like the effort being put in by Archibald, and this is the final day. He has been bowling a good line and length, and he has been rewarded with the wicket of the Silver. So you want to continue bowling that good line and length, just on about the off stump.
Just a touch short on that occasion, though. He has to get the batsman driving if the 3 slips are going to come into play.
So he will try once more from the media center end. Right up his driving. Surrey covers 4 runs. Vacant cover area. A delivery was full and wide, and Charles went after it and played it. Surrey covers for 4.
Yeah, that was a half volley. Right in the slot. And Brian Charles is no slouch with the bat, and so he picked up a good-looking 4. And the lead goes to 111. A good-looking shot to a delivery that was over-pitched.
So immediately the cover has been sent down on the boundary. Do you want to send the cover on the boundary? You just want to put him in a conventional cover position, but they have decided, the captain has pulled out the points. So Joel Andrew, the youngster, brilliant in the field, took an excellent catch yesterday down at cover. And we have, so one of the slips also has been taken out. So there's a cover point on the boundary. There's a short extra cover, and then there's a cover. So Archibald will continue from this media center end. So Andrew has been asked to move around more to a cover point on the boundary position. And the bowling to Charles, who shot the previous delivery for 4. Thought he would have probably looked to get a delivery up on the off stump again, encourage the batsman to drive. This one a little bit shorter on the stumps, and Charles was in behind it. So the Leewards would want to continue to keep things tight. And as you indicated, you don't want to be chasing anything over 150. And the spinners, I'm sure, for the Red Force team will come into action. As Archibald will go into bowl to Charles, the vice captain. Getting a delivery on the off stump, check the shot, and just push it down to Jeremiah Lowy at mid-off. So it's important that the Leewards pick up these wickets, Carlisle, because you don't want to be chasing anything close to 175.
But the pitch really has no devil in it. So the Leewards would fancy themselves to get whatever runs they are set here on this pitch. But you're so correct. They would want to get the batters out in good time.
So Archibald will continue again from the media center end. Big heave, a big swing, a big shot there from Brian Child. Will lost concentration on realizing that the mid-on was in and was looking to clear the onside, but he missed it and went behind to be taken by the keeper.
Was not there for the shot either. It was a back pitch. He didn't move across to try to play the shot that he played, and so he missed it completely. Gary, the Leeward Islands, the ladies, they're camping in Nevis, and they had a day off yesterday. My understanding is that they all came to St. Kitts to support the Leeward's team.
Yeah, that's good. You have to support your fellow teammates in a sense. All cricketers, female supporting the male. Driven down the ground, threw me down 4 runs. Lovely shot, pitched up, and Brian Charles this time made no mistake, played it in the air, but well out of the reach of the field at mid-on and into the boundary for 4.
Again, an overpitch delivery. It was right there in the slot, and Charles didn't have to do much but to come forward and just stroke it down the ground for 4. So an error in judgment in terms of the length by Colin Archibald. And Brian Charles played it really well. An exquisite shot down to the mid-on, long-on boundary and picked up 4 runs.
Doran will continue. So the over has been completed, 296 the score. And they're leading now by 115. Cornwall is having a conference. They have the Carty and the keeper Hamilton, who always seems to be in the game, always making adjustments to the field. So I see whether the captain Cornwall has given, because the keeper is always in the best position to set the angles in terms of where the fielders should be. And Hamilton has been doing that all match. So Doran will want to continue to keep things tight. He also want to pick up some wickets. He has yesterday just a 1 for 57 from 24 overs. So he's going over the wicket to the left-handed pair. Onto the back foot, playing it fine. The keeper has some running to do. That's Jamal Hamilton. He should be able to pull it back. They have crossed for 2. And thinking about the third, that's Carry Pair, but the return goes down towards the far end. So 2 runs from a delivery on the leg stump for the Red Force.
Yeah, badly lined by Doran, and all Pierre had to do was to help it around to the vacant fine leg position, and picked up 2 runs. So that one was trained down the leg side, and Pierre played it well.
So you want to get back on the off-stump line to keep things tight. So another 2 to the total. So the lead is now 117. Doran will continue from the far end. Flat and fast delivery goes down to forward short leg, where the fielder is Kofi James. So Cornwall would have left the field late yesterday afternoon. It is back on the field today. And Pierre is coming forward and driving, checking the shot. Goes down to Joel Andrew, just on the edge of the square at a straightish mid wicket, or short mid on, wide. It's coming forward again, that's Carry Pair. So Joel Andrew seems to be a good all around cricketer. He took an excellent catch yesterday and took the catch to dismiss Hines. A delivery. Batsman is coming onto the front foot. Over completed, 298 for 7.
And Joel Andrew goes to the Antigua Grammar School. One of the greatest cricketers in the world has ever seen. Also attended that school, Gary. So Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards.
So he's following in the footsteps. Viv himself was an excellent fielder as well. And Joel has demonstrated that he can be fielding anywhere on the field. He's a big keeper, but he has done well. As I said, he took an excellent catch yesterday to dismiss Terence Hines, who was looking to get after the bowling of Doram. So Archibald will continue from this media center end. And he will go over the wicket to the right-handed Brian Charles. 2 slips, and the cover is still on a cover point on the boundary. Durham is at extra cover, and Kofi James. Well, Durham is at cover, Kofi James is at extra cover. And the cover is a little straighter, a little straight. And there's a fielder who has been placed down on the forward of square fence. And Charles is playing it down to point on the boundary. That's Andrew, he fields, and they get a single. So for the the left-handed pair, the field changes over, and the fielders will come in. The fielder on the boundary will come inside the circle, but Joel Andrew will go down towards the long leg area, and Kofi James will be at extra cover, and you have Sheena Berridge will go down on the cover point boundary. And it's strange that you have, well, I guess because of the left and right, you have Joel Andrew ending up down at long leg. So Archibald over the wicket, and PA is defending 299, so there's 1 run away from 300. So this is the last day of the 3rd round of matches. Matches being played in St. Kitts and Antigua and Jamaica. All the 2 matches have been played in Jamaica. So 1 game been played here in St. Kitts, and the other game, the West Indies Academy and Guyana, who played here in the previous 2 rounds. Now that game has been played in Antigua, as Archibald to pair plays playing it down to Mikhail Louis at extra cover. He fields, and there is no run, so there's a dark cloud maybe just covering the sun, making it a little bit overcast here at Warner Park. No immediate threat of rain, however, but we had a little sharp shower that came down just about 1 minute past 10 o'clock after the first delivery that was delivered by Jeremiah Louis. So Archibald will continue. 299 for 7. And Pierce dropped a slip off the right hand of Ward, and will go down towards the boundary, and they will come back for 2. Delivery outside the off stump, outer edge found in the air to the right of Terence Ward. Couldn't hold on, and he went behind him for 2, Carlisle.
Oh yeah, and it seemed to hit him smack in the hand, so that must go down as a chance, and it's something that should have been taken by Terence Ward. He's a better fielder than that, and the Leewards will have to take their chances. Went just slightly to his right, and he didn't have to jump, so it hit him in his palm. He didn't palm it up either. It went behind him, and they got 2 runs.
And that was to the right side, so his good side, so he should have been able to hold on to that. And you want to hold on to your chances. Archibald will try once more. A forcing shot, we get a single. Brings Sheena Berridge off the boundary at point. 1 more to the total, so with that single, total moves on to 302. So the 300 coming up after that drop chance, so we're able to get 2 runs, so 302. It is for 7 wickets, and the lead has progressed to 121. Remember, the deficit on first innings was 181, and the Red Force did very well yesterday to keep the Leeward bowlers out. They scored 237 runs for the loss of 6 wickets, and I'm sure they would have been happy with the performance yesterday. They want to continue that today as well. Archibald to Charles, getting a slow delivery. Pushed it into the offside to bring up the end of the over. 302 for 7, the Red Force.
An over in which an opportunity was presented by Pierre to Terence Ward at second slip, but he didn't hold on to it. And these are chances that you have to take. They make a difference, because the end result were 2 additional runs, which the Leewards will have to make when they get a chance to bat.
So Doran will continue from the Lozak Road end. So play started on time, but he had a break which lasted about 15 minutes. Doran will continue from that Lozak Road end. So there's a fielder down at the back of the square fence for any. So if a short delivery. So he's placed there for that shot down on deep on the onside corner wall at slip. And he's swinging over mid wicket. It has gone. Has it cleared the fence? Yes, 6 runs. A delivery where the batsman Carripier went after it and swung it over mid wicket. A delivery up on the centre and leg stump. He went down on one knee and heaved it over mid wicket down into the mound for 6.
An excellent shot. We saw him drifting into the pads in the last over, Doran. This time he was drifting into the pads again of the left-handed pair, and he saw it early. It was a high percentage shot, and he played it beautifully over the mid-wicket boundary and got 6 runs.
208. The lead is 127. Onto the leg stump. No shot offered. Comes off the thigh pad, so they wouldn't bother to run. 208, sorry, the lead 127 and getting closer and closer to that 150 mark.
And the Red Force with the 300 brought up more batting points, bonus batting points.
Yes, so they will get 2 additional points as Doran will continue. You would want to get back on that off-stump line. Drifting and struck for 6. And is out caught. Played it straight back into the hands of Durham, who said, "Thank you very much." So Carripier has been dismissed. 8 wicket down, 308 it is.
Too easy, Gary. Too easy. He was not to the pitch of the ball, and he was also not under the ball so that he could hit it up, and resulted in just hitting it straight back to Doran, who has hands as big as buckets, you would say. And he took it easily. Straight back to him firmly, but he took it just about waist height. And so Pierre, after striking such a lovely 6, has gone back to the pavilion, and 8 wickets down now for the Red Force.
So 2 wickets have been taken so far for the morning. They resume on 285, so they have added some 22 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. The lead is 127. And so the new batsman is Anderson Phillip, the opening bowler for the Red Force team. So Anderson Phillip has some ability with the bat as well. So the Leeward would want to keep things tight and probably try and continue to pick up the wickets. So Phillip has replaced Carripier. So the Leewards have been able to pick up 2 wickets within the first hour. And that is exactly what I'm sure they would have discussed last night in the team meeting. Try and pick up early wickets, and they have done that. I'm sure they didn't discuss the dropping catches. You would have been discussing that you want to take all your chances. And Phillip was not out in the first innings, yes, not out on 15. So if you can get 15 again, that will take the Red Force close to 150 or even beyond. And Charles is at the far end. But Doran will bowl to Phillip. Wide outside the off stump. And Phillip just shoulders armed and allows it to go through. So for Phillip, there is a slip, there is a backward point, extra cover, and a mid off. Forward short leg on the onside, straightish mid wicket, and a mid on a bit deep. Doran. And it's went for a big drive, big swing, misses, taken behind by the keeper to bring up the end of the over.
He was nowhere close to that, Gary. So that Doran flighted it a little bit more, and he was having such a big swing at it and missed it completely.
So Guyana defeating the West Indies Academy by 221 runs. They would have... And Torn got 4 for 49. Okay, so 6 wickets in the match for Kevin Sinclair with his 165 not out. 165 not out. So Kevin Sinclair having a good all-around match. And the Leewards here picking up 2 wickets this morning. Redford starting at 285 for 6. They have now progressed to 308 for 8, a lead of 127.
You notice that the Leewards have made a change in the slips. Terrence Ward, who dropped that catch in the last over, has been replaced by Doran.
So Terrence has a cover. Archibald driving in the air, over mid-off, down towards the boundary for 4. Ball pitched up, and Charles went after it, played it in the air, out of the reach of mid-off, into the boundary for 4.
Safe shot. He saw the chance, and he came forward and stroked it. The fielder was just in at mid-off, and perhaps that fielder should be back on the boundary because they noticed that Brian Charles is looking to get some runs here. And this is important for Trinidad and Tobago. You don't just want to occupy the crease because a lot of overs are left in the day's play. Some 81 after this one. And so it is important that they also get some runs.
So he has been placed on the boundary. Catty is now at long off. Long one is also back. Mid wicket on the fence and a long leg. Just easy, sensible cricket. Just ease it into the offside for a single, realizing that the man at cover point is on the boundary. Just ease it into the offside, picking up an easy single.
Good cricket. I have to continue with the ladies. Leeward's ladies in Nevis preparing. Today they will have a practice T20 game, and then next week they will be playing practice games against the Windward Islands ladies.
And that game will be in Nevis as well, the practice game against Windwards?
One. I understand that one will be in Nevis and the others will be in St. Kitts. The lights at the E.T. Willett Park are not good enough to have night matches, and so they want to get the experience of night matches. They're coming to Warner Park for that.
So Archibald, full delivery. And Philip will get off the mark. So a single to Philip. So with a single, the total has gone on to 314. The lead 133.
The lights at the ETW were just replaced Gary, but unfortunately there was little or no consultation with the Nevis Cricket Association. And while the lights are being tested, they are not adequate for night cricket.
And that is always an issue around these parts. Things are done without proper consultation. As Archibald over the wicket. Full delivery, and we get a single. I'm sure Charles a bit disappointed that he didn't punish that full delivery from Charles, but he was jumping on him though, a slower ball as well. And he did well, he got a single. So with that single, it's gone on to 315 for 8. I always believe if you're going to do something, you try and do it to the best of your ability, and take into consideration what the purpose that it should be serving. As Archibald over the wicket to a wide delivery to Philip, allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
I tell you what amazes me is that the lights on one set of lighting pylon at Warner Park are more than the total lights in ETW Willett Park. But yet still there are people who are insisting that the lights are adequate when they are in no way adequate for playing night cricket. And so we've said that to the Ministry of Sport, to the Minister. There are additional lights sitting around in Nevis, and nobody has given the instruction to put the lights at the park. So we cannot play night cricket.
So Archibald will continue from this media center end. So I hope that the authorities will take the necessary steps to ensure that the lighting at El Comido Willett Park is improved. Over the wicket, not a full delivery. And Philip just pushed it into the offside. So you've seen a couple full deliveries from Archibald. The over is completed, 315 for 8, the Red Force.
I think we've seen the end of Colin Archibald. That last over was not threatening at all, not asking any questions from the batsmen. And now we see Raheem Cornwall taking off his hat at the far end, so he more than likely will come into the attack. So that might facilitate a switch of Doran to this end as the Leewards seek to get some more wickets. Gary, on the way here this morning, I heard the sad news that Hubert Lawrence, that noted track and field analyst, had passed. If you follow track and field, of course, you would know the name. Hubie has been a staple.
Yes, I heard the news this morning. Sad. I'm sure the Jamaican community will be mourning the loss of the gentleman. Full delivery and pushed down to long on for a single. The first delivery from Cornwall. So a single to the total. He moves on to 316 for 8. And keep your eyes on the lead. 135 Cornwall and Charles, so that's Philip, is driving down to down to straightish mid wicket where Louis is in the way he feels. Cornwall will continue to. Philip goes for a big swing, gets it down towards the forward square area where Casey Carty came across to his right from mid wicket. Another single to the total, 317. And Cornwall will continue from the far end. Fly the delivery. We get an easy single down to long off. 318, so the lead now 137. 13 short of the 150. And we're looking to get even past the 150. Cornwall will want to prevent that. Philip is looking good. He's a single down to long on, so the singles are coming in this over. Some 4 runs, 4 singles have come so far in this over from Cornwall. And he's bowling from the far end. Another flighted delivery, drive in, another easy single. So the singles are coming easily in this over. Over has been completed. And at the end of it, 319 for 8, the Red Force.
4 runs in the over. Gary, if you want to look at the makeup of the Leeward side, somehow you just seem short of a bowler. Berridge has not seen a lot of use. 13 overs in this inning so far, largely ineffective in the first inning, and then again in the second inning has not picked up a wicket in the game. You haven't seen much of Terence Ward. And so the bowling really has been carried by Doran and Cornwall,
Louis.
Colin Archibald, and definitely Louis. So those 4 bowlers, and then Berridge really has not made much of a contribution to the game. And Terence Ward, if my memory serves me right, has only bowled the 1 over.
He actually bowled 8 overs.
Oh, sorry.
Michael Louis bowled the 1 over yesterday.
Michael Louis bowled the 1 over.
Yeah. So Doran has replaced Archibald from this immediate center end. And a delivery which was played into the offside. I thought about the single, but the youngster Joel Anju has a bright future in cricket. He looks good in the field and in front of the stumps. I've not seen him behind the stumps, but I heard he's a very effective wicket keeper as well. So Doran will continue from this immediate center end between the umpire and the stumps. Goes to Charles. Charles is in behind it. 139 is the lead. Remember, the Red Force had a deficit of 181 on the first innings. They only made a paltry 137 in the first innings. Flighted, and Charles is coming forward, straight back to the bowler. 320. And Doran, flatter, faster, onto the back foot, plays it down to straight to mid wicket, where Terence or Shino Berridge is in the way he feels. Good sunshine here at Warner Park, so the high clouds, no immediate threat of rain. And Charles is defensive to bring up the end of another over. 320 for 8, the Red Force.
And have been patient since losing those 2 wickets, leading by 139 runs now, with Brian Charles on 18 and Anderson Phillip on 3. And so they will be looking to get even more runs. The more runs they get, the more pressure they can put on this Leeward's team. Gary, the local league in Nevis continues today. The Division 2 games have been completed, just waiting for the semi-finals and the finals now. But Empire will play All Stars at the VOJN ground today starting at noon. So cricket at VOJN and cricket at the ETW Park.
So that's 40 overs?
40 overs.
So cricket has been played in Nevis. Cornwall will continue from the far end. And Philip is no slouch at the bat. He has shaped up well since he has come to the middle. They want to give Charles good support. He's forward again, pushed it down into the onside of the pitch. So the semi-finals for the second division, that has been decided?
Already decided, and that will be held, the first game will be held on the 16th of March.
And the team in the semi-finals are?
I'll tell you that in just a minute, Gary.
So Cornwall will continue from the far end. And he's going for a big swing, gets it down towards the long leg area. The keeper, Jamal Hamilton, has some running to do. And he will pull it back. They will get, they should have been looking for the third run, because Jamal Hamilton in the pads had to run all the way down to the long leg fence. And the batsman only got 2. So you're seeing Jamal Hamilton had to do some running 3 times for the morning. When the job catch at slip, he had to run down to third man. And he had to run down to fine leg and now down to long leg. So he has done some running, the keeper, for the morning. So 2 more runs to the total. Takes it on to 322. So Jamal Hamilton must be fit to be doing all his running. He has been around for some time. The wicket keeper, he also captained the Leeward team. He has made some runs this season. But in the first innings, he made a duck. And maybe he's hoping that he wouldn't have to bat in the second innings, but he'll have to wait and see. Because the Red Force, I'm sure, will want to put pressure on the Leewards in the second innings. And Philip is coming forward to deliver, flighted onto the front foot. It came off the pad, spinning in towards the right-handed Philip. Cornwall will continue from the far end. Good sunshine here at Warner Park. Flighted delivery. We get a single. Down to long on. It went to the right of Jeremiah Louis at a straightish mid wicket or short mid on to bring up the end of over. 323 it is for 8 wickets at the end of the over. So the lead is 141.
And continues to grow by good, sensible cricket from the Red Force. Just taking their time and trying to see how many runs they can accumulate this morning. Every run is an important run. Lead is now showing 141. They're giving their bowlers an opportunity.
So Doran will continue from this the media center end. He would have picked up a wicket this morning. Got Carey Peer, bowl and caught. And Archibald got the wicket of the silver, caught at the wicket for 34. So Doran will go between the umpire and the stumps. Delivery wide on the off stump. So interesting test match between England and India. England at the end of day 2. India trailed by 134 runs. So England would want to pick up the remaining 3 wickets quickly, because the pitch is beginning to keep low and take some turn as well. And just 2 days have been completed in the test match. 4 tests. India lead the series 2-1. And England, there was a lot of discussion after the loss by England in that last test match. Doran between the umpire and the stumps. History of the baseball approach, the baseball, and the England team. There was a lot of discussion, and persons have the varied opinion. As Doran to Philip onto the back foot. Total remains on 323 for 8. The lead is 142. Started the morning on 285 as Philip is driving into the offside to bring up the end of an over in which was a maiden. So the total remains on 323 for 8.
And the semi-finals in Nevis for Division 2, Gary. The top 4 teams are New Vision, Masters, Youths of Nevis, and Jets. And so in our system, 1 plays against 4. So that will be New Vision against Jets. And then Masters will play against the Youths of Nevis. And then the top 2 teams will play in the finals. And of course, we wait for the decision in terms of Division 1. We still have to finish the round robin schedule, and then we'll know who the top 4 teams are going forward. But we have the finals already set. So the Division 1 playoffs will take place on the weekend of the 16th and 17th of March. And then the Division 2 playoffs will take place on the 23rd and the 24th of March. And then the finals will be played on the 30th and the 31st of March.
All right, so with that information, we'll take a short break and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Delivery from Cornwall, which is played down to mid-off at the start of the first over after the water break. Trinidad and Tobago 323 for 8. Cornwall is bowling from the far end and Charles is advancing, driving, but long off has been brought into mid-off, and so he feels and there is no run. Turned away on the onside, this delivery. Brian Charles is an 18 from his 24, and he has taken the opportunity to score from any delivery which is there to be scored from. Of course, as a former captain, he would know the situation of the game. Cornwall bowls to him. And he's defending to the field at straightish mid-wicket. 2 deliveries left in the over. Raheem Cornwall, and he's driving firmly. And last over that would have been a single. Fielder was on the boundary. He's in at mid-off now, and so there is no run. Here's Cornwall again. Delivery which is defended to bring up the end of a maiden over. And so Trinidad and Tobago remains on 323 for 8. They have faced 122 overs in this inning and lead by 142. I did tell you that with 300 they would have brought up a batting point. That is not correct, because you have to do that within the 110 overs, and it took them more than that to get to 300. So Daniel Doran will continue to bowl from the C.A. Paul Southwell Media Center end. Bright sunshine at Warner Park now. And for this delivery, Philip is driving off the outer portion of the bat, wants a single. Charles loudly says no, and so they won't score. Doran bowls to Philip, who is driving, finds the fielder coming off the long on boundary, and so he'll get a single. And Anderson Phillip will take his score on to 7, 325 for 8. Doran to bowl to Charles, who is driving, finds extra cover. No runs. Tall figure of Daniel Doran gives this one generous flight, and it's played down to Sheena Berridge at mid-wicket. No runs. Just a one cruise ship in the harbour this Saturday morning. And there's also one in Nevis. Here is a delivery which is going back to plays it in the offside. Backward point chases to his left, and no runs. So you had a bit of a shower at the ground this morning, Gary. No recalculations necessary. Here is a delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. That's Charles, and Doran does well in fielding to his own bowling. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 324 for 8, and that's in far better than the 137 in the first inning.
Yes, so the Red Force continue to bat. They continue to try to extend that lead, which is now 143. So yes, there was a shower. They lasted 15 minutes. We have not gotten any information that there's going to be a recalculation. I don't know if lunch will be taken. So lunch probably will still be taken at 12 o'clock. We have not gotten any indication of any change.
Delivery driven into the onside to straightish mid-wicket. No runs. Cornwall, it's number 93 on his back, is bowling from the Lozak Road end. And is bowling to Philip. And for this delivery, his back turns it into the onside. Wants a single, they'll get it too, because it trickles down to the vacant forward of square position, and Doran had to come running in. And so an easy single there in the end. Anderson Phillip moves to 8, and the score to 325 for 8. Whatever turn there is slow. And so not a difficult pitch for the batters to negotiate the bowling. Here is Cornwall, again given a little bit more flight, and driven back down and knocked away by Cornwall for the fielder at mid-wicket to field. As he bowls once again, Cornwall on the legs, turned away into the onside, and they won't score. So Gary Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did well to bat all day yesterday.
Yes, they did very well. They were resolute in the approach.
Driven back to Cornwall, came off his hands. We'll take a look at that again. There was a little bit of excitement, but at the other end, Philip was in his ground. Just short of him,
Yeah.
Philip was in his ground. He went onto the stumps, but Philip was safely behind the crease.
Cornwall took a similar catch yesterday. It was more to his right. He went down and shut out his right hand, took it, and then tumbled to the ground. But he held on to it. It was a good catch by the big man.
And this one just fell short of him. Doran will be bowling to Anderson Phillip. And for this delivery, he's forward driving in the air. He's out bowled and caught. He was forward stretching for that delivery was Phillip. Went high to Daniel Doran. But geez, he has good hands, Gary. He took it so easily. Just jumped up and took it easily, casually. He has picked up his third wicket. 9 wickets are down for the Red Force. And it's 325 for 9. The lead is 144.
Good catch. He's a tall guy. He was going over his shoulder or over his head. He jumped and took it quite easily. And so they have gotten the 9th wicket. And importantly, the partnership has been broken. And the Leewards would want to continue to, well, at least get the next wicket as quickly as possible. So the lead they can keep the lead below 150. Presently, it is 144.
It didn't seem to really hit it hard, Gary. Seemed to just tap it back. And having not reached to the pitch of it, he checked it a little bit. And probably would be cursing himself, saying if I had gone through with it, it would have gone over his head. But Doran took a good catch. He has had his second bowl and caught for the morning. And so he has now picked up 3 wickets. That would be 3 for 67. And he is in his 32nd over.
So the last pair is in the middle, and the Red Force would want to see how many runs this last pair can put on. 10, 15. 15 runs will take them up to close to 160. I'm sure they'll be satisfied in the end that they would have gotten to that stage, because after being 181 in deficit, they have done very well to be at this stage. I'm sure persons at the end of day 2 would have been thinking that the game could have very well been finished on day 3, but we saw some very good batting by the Red Force team, and they batted the entire day, and they would have only lost the 6 wickets, but they have lost 3 wickets this morning, and so the last pair is in the middle, and Doran will continue.
Bowling to Seals, and he's defending. Bowls right, bats left. The slip and a forward short leg are the close-in catchers in addition to the keeper. This delivery is flighted. He's defending away into the offside, and they won't score.
Yeah, that's good. I want to see another delivery flighted, because the number 11 batsman, I'm sure he will not be cautious for too long.
Here is Doran going closer to the stumps, bowls a delivery, which is again bringing Seals forward, showing good discipline, and they don't score. Doran bowls to Seals, gives it even more year, but he's resolute in defense. He Seals plays it out to extra cover, finds Sheena Berridge in the way. They don't score again. Doran with the last delivery of his over, and again brings the batsman forward, and again he don't score. End of the over, 325 for 9. The Red Force lead by 144 runs. Doran has picked up 3 for 67.
A maiden wicket delivered by Doran, and some tight batting by Seals. So he has given an indication that he wants to spend some time in the middle. He want to give his vice captain Brian Charles some support. Charles is on 18 from his 36 deliveries. So these two would want to put on some more runs and get it to at least 150. And Cornwall coming from the fire, and I'm sure we want to finish it in this over.
3 for 65, Raheem Cornwall. Let's see, I don't think those are his figures. They'll roll over in just a minute. Delivery play down to mid-off, and no runs. Yes, he's 3 for 65, Raheem Cornwall. And the lead is 144. Of course, the Leewards led the Red Force by 181. As Raheem Cornwall bowls to Charles, who is forward, using his feet, and plays it down to straightish mid-wicket. No runs. Perhaps the Leewards, when they started chasing 137, would have been looking for a bigger lead. Delivery which is played again to the fielder, straightish mid-wicket. Again, no runs. So Brian Charles would be thinking that he has to get some additional runs here. As Cornwall bowls a delivery which is spinning into him, and he smothers it away for forward short leg to field, and there is no run. Here is Cornwall once more. This is shorter, turned away into the onside, and thinking about a single, but Jamal Hamilton was from behind the stumps in a hurry and closing out that possibility of a single. End of the over. 126 overs have been completed. The Red Force are 9 down for 325.
2 consecutive maidens by the Leewards, and a wicket included in those 2 overs. So they want to continue to keep things tight, and Doran will want to get the final wicket. And Seals, he was defensive, he was tight in the last over. And let us see if he will continue to be tight in this over from Doran.
Doran, delivery on the legs, which is swept away, fine short backward square, and no runs. Daniel Doran, 3 wickets to his name, and has been consistent and persistent. Bowls a delivery again outside the leg stump, well taken by Jamal Hamilton. Will have to adjust his line here, Doran.
Yeah, he needs to get it more on the off stump, flight it up on the off stump, let the batsman go for the drive.
Bowls to Seals, who is forward and driving. Doran is making excellent ground to his right, closes out the possibility of a single, and no runs. 325 for 9. The lead is 144 by the Red Force. As Doran bowls to Seals, who is bringing him forward, and again he is tight in defense. As at Warner Park, it's now bright sunshine. Had a little bit of a shower earlier. Clouds are now very high in the sky. As Doran again gives this one flight, driven down on the offside by Seals, and no runs. 1 delivery left in the over. Here is Doran again giving it flight. It's hit for 6. Again gave it generous flight, hung it outside the off stump, and Seals said, yes, I'll have some of that. And with that 6, the lead goes to 150.
Good shot there by Seals. He waited for it, and he played it well over long off for 6 runs, and that is 6 very important runs. As you indicated, he has taken the lead to 150, so that's a landmark for the Red Force.
Was a little bit of a gimme, Gary. It was there for the asking, to be hit, and it was hit extremely well by Seals. Got off the mark with a 6 and contributed to the Red Force cause, extending the lead to 150. Here is a delivery which is driven firmly. Fielder has now been sent back to long off, and so that's an easy single. Score goes to 32 for 9. Jamaica Scorpions have brought up a victory against the combined colleges.
Oh,
I think I'm looking in the wrong section, Gary.
This better for dinner again, you know.
I'm
dinner on
looking
again,
at
you know.
games. I think that's a previous game, so I'll get my bearings right. Here is Cornwall to bowl to Seals to place it away in the offside.
Jamaica playing Barbados.
That is correct.
And they were leading overnight by 100 runs, Jamaica.
As Cornwall has gone around the wicket for the left-hander. And this delivery is played defensively back down. And so the Scorpions 269 and 250 for 8. Barbados 389. Combined campuses and colleges, they're playing against the Windwards. 204 and 292 for 9. The combined colleges and combined campuses and colleges. And the Windwards, of course, remember, there were 395. End of the over. And the score here, 332 for 9. 128 overs have been faced by the Red Force. Raheem Cornwall 3 for 66. Daniel Doran 3 for 73. They are the main bowlers for the Leeward so far.
So Leeward would want to get this final wicket. We just have about 29 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. And Doran has taken 2 ball and caught catches.
Delivery played away on the onside. Finds forward short leg. No runs. So the next series of matches we'll see here in St. Kitts will be ladies matches. As Doran bowls to Brian Charles, brings him forward, and he feels well to his own bowling. The West Indies Women's Super 50 will begin on the 4th of March. The 5th of March. They will also have T20 matches. T20 matches, Gary, there will be 3 matches a day. 10 o'clock, 2:30, and 7 o'clock. Was correct with the 4th of March. Here is Doran, given this one some flight, flashed away into the offside. They'll get at least a couple of runs as the fielder from backward point has to chase back. Was coming forward looking to drive this one more in the area of cover, but peeled from the outside edge of the bat and got 2 runs safely down to backward point. And so Brian Charles moves on to 21, and it's 334 for the loss of 9. The lead continues to extend. Now the captain has decided that he's closing down the single for the last 2 deliveries of the over, and has brought in the mid-on and mid-off. Here is he having a big swing. Brian Charles was well outside the line of the off stump, and he missed it. Went through for the keeper Hamilton to break the stumps, but Charles was safely anchored in his crease. Lead is 153 as Doran bowls the last delivery of his over, and he's bringing Charles forward, plays it out to extra cover. No runs. And so Trinidad and Tobago continue to occupy the crease this morning, and they would have come out with that plan. They have lost more wickets than they would have hoped, I'm sure, at this stage. They have lost the wickets of the Silver and the Pier this morning, and so 3 wickets gone down this morning, Gary, but the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have managed to put some additional runs on the board.
Yes, 153 is on the board, and I'm sure that the Red Force will want to defend that whatever the final total will be, but they have done well to get to this position.
Cornwall bowls a delivery which is outside the line of the leg stump. He's trying to work it away towards the leg. He seals, misses it, thuds into the pads, and score remains 334 for 9. Cornwall again, and he's bringing the batsman Seals forward, driving firmly back down the track. Bit of football attempted by Cornwall. He misses it, played over it, and it went down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary for another single to Seals. He moves on to 7, and it's 335 for 9. And Brian Charles is playing it well on the onside of the track between Cornwall, the bowler, and the straightish mid wicket. Gets a single, and so he goes on to 22, and the score to 336 for 9. Here is Cornwall once more to bowl to Seals, and he's showing very good discipline, tight in defense, and plays it back down for Cornwall to field. Cornwall gives this one a little bit more flight, play down the track, knocked down by Cornwall. He's assisted by Brian Charles, who picks it up for him. So Gary, I like to see this kind of discipline from every batsman, but in particular the tail enders. Here is he turning this one into the onside, finds forward short leg, end of the over. Just 1 run coming, 2 runs coming from that over, and the score is 336 for the loss of 9.
Well, he has given the indication that he wants to stick around and put some more runs on the board. Maybe he don't feel like they have enough, and he wants to have some more runs to defend, and he has certainly done well. He has been solid. He has not been playing any rash shots. So obviously the Red Force are looking to get some more runs on the board.
But Gary, this is not a pitch where you get bowled out for 137. And so the Red Force would have been kicking themselves knowing that they'd batted poorly the first time around. They have shown a lot more discipline this second time around. And at 336 for 9, you can safely say that that is backed by the numbers. Cornwall is leaving the field.
Yes, not for the first time for this match. And so Joshua Grant has now come onto the field. So Casey Carty will take over the role of captaincy. Take over the role of the captain of the team, but Jamal Hamilton is a specialist field setter.
As Doran bowls to Brian Charles, who is defending away on the offside. Of course, when Cornwall is not on the field, you don't just lose your captain, but you lose one of the safest pair of hands that slips as well. Daniel Doran from the media center end goes wide on the crease, and solid in defense is Charles. Doran, 3 wickets to his name for 75 before this. Gives this one some flight, and again is played away onto the offside. Brian Charles knows his scoring opportunities, and he also knows that if he defends those balls, he can wait, he can be patient. Here is he to face up to Doran, and this one is outside the off stump, punched down to extra cover, and fielded there by Grant. No runs. Doran again bowls to Charles, who is driving on the onside of the track, and it's missed there by the bowler Doran. Went underneath his hands, brings the fielder from the long on boundary, and so there is a single. Here is Doran to bowl to Seals, so he's playing it away on the onside to bring up the end of the over. 337 for 9 correction. And the lead by the Red Force is 156. We're in the morning session of the final day's play in the game Trinidad and Tobago versus the Leewards.
So the final pair for the Red Force continue to keep things tight or play tight. And with about 20 minutes to go, if the Leewards are to get this final wicket, then you could see a tricky 10 minutes of play before lunch for the Leeward's batters.
They have already added some 12 runs between them, and they'll be thinking that they can add even more.
So Terence Ward will come in from the far end because Cornwall, as we would have indicated, has left the field. So Ward, who has bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9, will bowl from the far end. And he probably would want to make amends for the chance that he put down a slip.
So Terence Ward will be bowling to Brian Charles. Late adjustment to the field. The fielder down at backward square has been brought to forward of square. He's right on the boundaries, Jeremiah Louis. As Ward bowls and Charles is back and cutting, finds the fielder at backward point, who knocks it down well. Colin Archibald was going to his favored left hand, and so they don't score. But short on that delivery, Terence Ward. Here is he once again to bowl to Brian Charles, and he's back. Angles it away past the fielder at slip, and they can't score. Terence Ward bowling to Brian Charles, brings him forward, and he defends it nicely. 337 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago. Leewards have been picked up 3 wickets this morning, as Ward brings him forward, driving nicely on the onside of the pitch. Ward is very quickly across and prevents any runs from being scored. Here is Terence Ward once more, and again he's forward, angles it down to the field at slip, and no runs. So 5 deliveries in the over so far. And Brian Charles is facing up to Terence Ward from the Lozak Road end. And for this delivery, he's back behind it, angles it away on the onside. It's the end of the over, and the Red Force remain 337 for 9.
So a maiden over there for Terence Ward, but they would want to break this partnership. They want to get the final wicket, but these two continue to be batting well, continue to be playing each ball on its merit, not taking any unnecessary chances. And they would want to extend the lead to as far as possible. It's 156. And Doran will continue from the media center end.
And that person who lives in that house on the side of the hill up there at Bird Rock must be having a fantastic view. They can look over towards the southeast peninsula and Nevis, and can also look towards Bastia. Here is Doran. It's on the leg stump, turned away on the onside, no runs. We have seen one aggressive shot from Seals, which he hit for 6. Here is getting a delivery again, pitch on the leg side. That's bad bowling. It's bad bowling by Doran, and it was swung away by Seals for 4. Good batting sense displayed by Seals. Badly lined and swung away down to the vacant deep backward square boundary for 4 runs.
Bad delivery, and it was given the full treatment. So Sales has dominated this partnership of 16. They came together at 25, so 16 runs, and he has scored 11 out of the 16 runs.
Here is Doran again, bringing him forward this time, and plays it back to the bowler. Lead is 160 as Doran gives this one some flight, and he looks like he knows a thing or two about batting the Seals. He's been very resolute in defense, and the 2 times that he has played aggressively, He has picked up boundaries. Here is Doran now changing to around the wicket. And it's played away to mid-wicket, and they won't score. One delivery left in the over. Doran bowls to Seals, who is behind it, defends nicely. And so 4 runs come in that over. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 341 for 9, leading by 160.
So exactly what the management of the Red Force team will be hoping for, that at least they can get some more runs from the last pair. They have done that. They have gotten some 16 runs, and they're still there. And it doesn't seem as though they want to give away their hands, so maybe they're looking to bat until lunch. If they were to bat for the remaining 15 minutes, that is a possibility that they can score at least 10 runs, and that would take the lead even further away from the Leewards.
Terence Ward is bowling to Charles, who turns it away on the onside, running quickly for a single, wants 2, Seal says no, and a good thing they said no. So a run to Brian Charles to take him on to 24, and they score 342 for 9. Seals, he's on strike, and the mid-on is being sent back to long on. Mid-wicket is being brought a lot straighter, and Berridge has been told to go all the way back on the boundary as Terence Ward bowls the delivery outside the off stump, and Seals is coming forward, doing his job very well, just defending it away in the offside. As we see a cargo ship leaving the port here at Bastia. Seals is bold delivery by Terence Ward, which was closer to the stump. Seals was defending, comprehensively beaten and bowled. And so you look at it again on the monitor, drifting in with the arm and taking the off stump. And Seals was there wondering, how did that pass me? But pass him it did, and he's out bowled for 11. And so Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all out for 342. It means that the Leewards will have 162 runs to win this game.
So it will be an interesting 4th innings here at Warner Park, as the Red Force have been dismissed for 342. They did well because they had a deficit of 181. So the second innings of the Red Force has come to an end, 342. So as I said, the Leewards will have to make 162 to win. They have the rest of the day to do that, but I'm sure the Red Force will come out and try and put some pressure. If you look at the pitch, Carla, you'll see a couple of rough spots there. Maybe the spinners for the Red Force team might be able to make use of those rough edges.
And you expect to see that, Gary. It's day 4, final day of this 4-day game, and so you expect to see some rough there on the pitch. Now the scores in this game, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were asked to bat on day 1, and they succumbed for 137 runs. Leewards in their turn at the crease made 318, and Red Force batting a second time around 343. So the Leewards require 162 runs to win this game, and that's the situation we have. I don't think that we are going to go out again before lunch. If we do, it will only be for 1 over. Welcome back to Warner Park, where the openers for the Leewards are out in the middle, and opening the innings for the Leewards will be Mikhail Louis, and with him will be Carty. Remember that Powell didn't field in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force second inning. He picked up a hand injury while batting, and so he didn't take the field, and so I'm sure that he will only bat if absolutely necessary. Mikhail Louis will be facing the first delivery, and Leewards require 162 runs to win this game. And so Trinidad and Tobago would know that wickets are important. By my calculations, just 1 over before lunch. And so it will be Philip from the Lozak Road end who will be bowling to Mikhail Louis. And comes running up now. And for this delivery, it's left alone. 3 slips and a gully are the close catches alongside the keeper. And then there is a fielder down at the square cover boundary, an extra cover, and a mid-off in the offside. And on the onside, there's a fielder at long leg and a fielder down at mid-on. And so just the 1 over before lunch. A total of 64 overs, which are made up of 49 and then 15 in the last hour. Philip bowling to Mikhail Louis. Gets a delivery which is back of a length, plays it away into the offside, and he won't score. So a much better showing by the Red Force in the second inning, reaching to 343, and that was in response to a lead of 181 by the Leewards. Mikhail Louis reached to 32 in the first inning. So he has had a good time here at his home ground of Warner Park, getting a half century and 2 centuries. Philip is bowling to him from the Lozak Road end, and for this delivery he's again solid in defense, plays it away in the offside, finds extra cover, and no runs. So umpires Crawford and Tuckett calling it right, saying that there was enough time to have an over in before the luncheon interval. And so with more than 10 minutes to go, 1 over, Leewards declined to have a roller. And so they had a choice of a light roller or the heavy roller. They said none. Philip comes up to bowl to Louis, who is turning it away into the onside. Gets a single, gets him off the mark, and the Leewards are on the way. They are 1 for no loss. 2 deliveries left in the over, and it will be Carty. Remember in the first inning that Carty left alone a delivery from Philip, and so his off stump go cartwheeling. He's the vice captain of this team, Carty, and don't think anybody would have to tell him what his responsibilities are. Settles over his bat, and as Philip coming in to bowl to him, and he's getting a wide delivery, leaves it alone, goes through to the silver, and no runs. One delivery left in the over, and we make it 1 delivery left until lunch. In day 4 of this game, pitch has not been a difficult one. As Philip comes running up to bowl to Carty, who is defending this away into the offside, finds the field at extra cover, who takes it and dramatically rolls over. And it says that it's lunch. Lunch and day 4. The Leewards need 162 to win. They are on 1 for no loss. And that's how we leave you until after lunch. We'll be back with you in the next 35 minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Warner Park. Play is about to resume after lunch. The Leewards just faced the 1 over, which was bowled by Anderson Phillip, and a single was scored. So the Leewards are 1 without loss. As we are about to see, Jaden Steels will be opening the attack from the media center end. Good afternoon to you, Carlisle, and it's just in period of play in store for us.
Oh, yes. And just have to correct something. We were told 49 overs plus 15. And we were told by the match referee that that's an error. It should have been 47 plus the 15 in the last hour.
So the first delivery after lunch, Louis is facing up. So the Leewards have to score 142, is it? 140? 162, sorry, to win. And the Red Force have to take 10 wickets. They have how many overs? 60 overs to get those 10 wickets. The Leewards have the same number of overs to get the 162. We'll have to wait and see what will happen. Yesterday, in the first session, the Red Force scored 54 runs. And then in the second session, they scored 84. So we'll see how many runs the Leewards will score in this session after lunch. And Sales will be going in to bowl to Louis. 2 slips and the gully goes down. An appeal, obviously going on the onside from this vantage point. And Michael Louis, who has been amongst the runs for the season, Carla, will want to get a good one here again.
Absolutely. Runs will be his friend from here on in for the rest of the tournament. 161 runs required. Michael Louis, if he's there, and he would want to be there for the majority, if not all of those runs. And if he does, he would be on a good score.
So Seals will want to prevent that from happening. They'll have to get 10 wickets. Still a good batting strip here at Warner Park. It has been a good batting strip all season. Sales right up. And is driving through mid-on. Should get at least 2 runs. As the field is running back from mid-on. They have course for 2. And they're looking for the third. They're going to get it. As the return goes down towards the far end, Curtis campers in for the third one. Delivery pitched up, pushed into the onside down to long on, where Terence Hines had to run all the way back, or Tion Webster. And the batsman collected 3, so 3 more to the total, 4 without loss, the Leewards.
He has been driving straight for all of the matches that we have seen him, Jeremiah Louis. Not Jeremiah, his brother, Michael Louis. And that was again another good straight drive. Good piece of fielding on the boundary though by Webster. And he saved the run for his team.
Seals will now go into bowl to Carty. Carty has not yet scored. And so 3 slips on the gully. There's a point on the boundary. Extra cover and the mid-off. Carty's getting delivery outside the off stump. And he's in behind it. So the Leewards search of 162 to win. They are 4 without loss. They resume the Red Force at 285 for 6. And they ended on 342 all out. I'm sure that the Red Force would have been hoping that they could have gotten some more runs today.
Absolutely. The pitch has no great devil in it. I'm sure the Leewards would be kicking themselves as well because they should have gotten more in their first inning.
Sales in bright sunshine here at Warner Park. Goes to Carty outside the off stump, taken on the bounce by the keeper. Carty would want to get amongst the runs. He's a one-day international player and would want to get some runs here in this encounter, even though it's a 4-day game. It's the last day of this third round match between the Red Force and the Leewards. Leewards looking to win. Red Force also hoping that they can put some pressure on the Leewards and defend the 161 or the 162 that the Leewards have to make. So it's bright and sunny here at Warner Park. Sales will go into bowl to Carty. He's into the onside, thought about the single, but Webster came in quickly to bring up the end of the first over after lunch. 4 without loss, the Leewards.
And as we look around the region, Gary, Guyana already completed handsome victory over the academy. And so they won big. In Jamaica, I can tell you that the Jamaica Scorpions have been bowled out for 292 in the second inning. And that is in addition to 269 made in their first inning. Barbados Pride replied with 389. And so now the Pride require 173 runs to win that encounter. And the other encounter, when last I checked, the Windwards were batting a second time, 45 for 2, and need another 80 runs to win their game over the combined colleges.
So the Jamaica Barbados game, similar score that the chasing team has to make. As Philip from the far end bowled to Louis. Louis is getting a delivery, is pulling the bat out of the line of it, came from the inner portion of the bat and went close to the off stump. So Louis would have to be careful. The delivery came back in towards him, came from the inner portion of the bat and went agonizing close to the off stump.
It was a late decision to leave it alone. And so he took the toe end of the bat as he was pulling it out of the way. And luckily for him, it didn't roll back onto his stumps.
Jude Gooley is at first slip. We have Brian Charles the second, Mohana third, Cephas in the gully. And the keeper is Joshua De Silva. And it's swinging in the air. Should be out. Caught at mid-off. A short delivery. And Louis looking to swing into the onside outer portion of the bat in the air. Simple catch from mid-off. Leewards have lost their first wicket.
And that is something that he's going to have to be careful with. We've seen it from him throughout his innings so far, in that once the delivery is pitched short, he goes into the drive. And my simple request to him has been, look at the ball longer. Don't just think that it is going to bounce to the height that you want, because he saw it pitched in short and it just went into the pull shot. And it toe-ended, meant that he played a little bit too early on that one, Gary. And it was a simple catch for the fielder at mid-off. And so the Leewards have lost their first wicket. It was a little bit too close to him, to Gary. Didn't bounce as much, and it was a little too close. But once he saw it pitch short, his own inclination was to go for the drive. And it didn't work for him this time around.
So Terence Ward has replaced Mikhail Louis, his countryman. And this is not the first time you've seen Louis getting out to the short delivery. In the game against the West Indies Academy, a similar short ball, and he was looking to swing it. He took a top edge and was taken just behind back of the square.
I want to look at it again, Gary, because it seemed to me as if he was pulling off the front foot as well. Too close to him for the pull shot, didn't make enough height, and you have to be looking at those later.
So the Red Force, they have picked up an early wicket. The Leewards, they are 4 for 1, and this will be a very interesting session after lunch. And the Red Force, I'm sure, would put pressure on the Leewards. Terence Ward has come to the middle. He's getting a good delivery, some pace as well, and pushed it down into the offside. I've been saying all morning that the Leewards would have to be careful. The Red Force would come at them, and now they have lost an early wicket. And with Kyron being injured, that could only create more bother for the Leewards. And the Red Force, they have started well. I don't think it's going to be, the 162 runs is going to be easy. So Philip will continue from the Lovesack Road end to bowl to Terence Ward. Short. Goes underneath it, taken behind by the keeper. Good aggressive short delivery from
Oh
Philip.
yeah, and this is what you expect from your fast bowlers. It was short, but safely negotiated by Terence Ward. He just ducked and allowed it to go through to the keeper. But I like the aggression that was put into that delivery by Philip.
So the Red Force, they are elated. They have taken early wicket. They are the players who have been making runs for the Leewards. He's back in the pavilion, and Terence Ward will have a lot of work to do. The delivery's in behind it, and Cat hitting on striker. The West Indies international one-day player will want to play a long innings for his team and try to get them across to the 162. But the Red Force they are not gonna make it easy for the Leewards. In the second over after lunch, just the one over was delivered before the luncheon period. The Red Force dismissed with about 14 or so minutes before lunch, and they had one over to face. And Philip, who bowled that over before lunch, is coming in from the far end. And the Ward is allowing the delivery to go through to bring up the end of maiden wicket, and the Leewards 4 for 1.
Successful over, short ball drawing an error from Mikhail Louis, and so he has gone back to the pavilion. He was out caught by Webster or Phillip for 4, and the Leewards are exactly 4 for the loss of 1 wicket. Still require 158 runs to win this game.
So they will continue. And that's Sales. Sales will continue from the far end, so from the media center. And Leewards in the first innings, they would have lost the first wicket at 85, the second at 106. They were at 1.135 for 4. And Sales bowls to Carty. Carty getting a delivery from the inner portion of the bat, goes down towards the back of the square area. A delivery coming in towards the right-handed Casey Carty. The bat was a bit far from his body. Inner portion of the bat down to long leg for a single. So 1 more to the total. Just gone on to 5. So Casey Carty has not looked settled since he has come to the middle. And the Red Force will be coming at the Leewards players, Leewards batsmen. They've already picked up the wicket of Mikhail Louis Cott. And he made 4. And so Sales will continue from the media center end. And Terence Ward is behind it, pushed it down to mid-off. So after lunch, the Red Force came out with a plan, came out to pick up an early wicket. They did that. They have gotten Mikhail Louis, and there are lots of chatter on the field, encouraging the bowler, and every now and then see one of the closing fielders having a word with the batsman. Jason Mohammed just came up to Terence Ward, had a quiet word with him. As Seals turns at the media center end. So behind a short delivery, pushed it down to fielder at mid-on. So it's actually Jason Mohammed is at mid-on, and we'll get the fielder who's in the gully. Or that's Cephas Cooper is the fielder in the gully. So Jason Mohammed is at mid-on, and the Leewards, they are 5 for 1. We're in the 4th over. The target is 162. So it will be a very tense game for both teams as Sales goes over the wicket. And Ward is beaten outside the off stump by a beauty touchdown, made some height, and batsman probably pulling the bat inside the line, the ball touchdown and moving away outside the off stump.
Genuinely beaten that time. Pulled his bat after the ball had gone past. A good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Caught Terence Ward with his 2 feet together and just nibbling at that outside the off stump.
The Sales will come back to the top of his back. And in the first innings, he got 1 for 49. He would have gotten the wicket of Jeremiah Louis, LBW 41. This time he's in behind another good delivery, just on about the off stump. And Terence Ward pushed it into the onside. So it will be a testing period for these Leewards batsmen after lunch. And they will have to try and work through this period and see what will happen after that. But I'm sure the Red Force will continue to try and keep the pressure on the Leewards batsmen. So Red Force started the morning on 285 and they got to 342. Jade Gooley, as they did in the first innings, top scored for the Red Force. And outside the off stump, and Terrace Ward is in behind it. Down into the offside, over completed. 5 for 1, the Leewards.
Good over, just a single coming from it. And the bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting into their work this afternoon. I'm sure that they would want to pick up additional wickets before turning to spin. And the Leewards, of course, would know that they are 162 runs. That's all they need to complete a victory here. But Trinidad and Tobago will also tell you that they just need another 9 wickets. And so at 5 for 1, early stages of this response by the Leeward seeking a win.
So Philip will continue from that far end, the Lozak Road end. Still have the 3 slips. And we're coming in to bowl to Kati. Kati is playing into the offside, down towards the backward point area, the course of 1. He's thinking about the second, and he's off the mark after some 10 deliveries. So one more to the total, one to Kati. He's gone on to 6. So Kati would want to spend some time in the middle power.
Well, definitely, but not just time. He wants to score as well, because he hasn't had a half century so far in the tournament. He's in his second game, and so would want to score. He has been in good touch in the white ball game, but he needs to transfer that as well.
So Philip will continue from the Lozak Road end. Bowl to Terence Ward. Right up, he's flicking it into the onside. Courses for 1. That's all they'll get as Terence Hines moved away from mid-on down towards deepish mid-wicket. 1 more to the total. Takes it down to 7. And remind you that the target is 162. So they need another 155 runs if they are to win. Red Force need 9 wickets to prevent the Leewards from getting to the 162. And they have started by, they have gotten the wicket of Mikhail Louis, caught for 4. Outside the off stump. And Casey Carty is not going to be interested, not going to be tempted. He allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. And he goes down the pitch and at maybe a spot, a couple of rough spots in front of him. You found it strange or interesting that the Leewards didn't go for the roll in the change of innings?
Well, they're perhaps trusting the pace and the bounce of the pitch, which means that there are not too many cracks, because they would have tried to flatten out the cracks if there were cracks which concerned them.
So Philip from the far end. And he gets a delay from the inner portion of the bat. Will go down towards long leg. So Carty was caught on the back foot, came back in towards him, came from the inner portion, but they got a single nonetheless, and the total moves on by 1 to 8. 8 for 1, the Leewards. Good delivery.
Good delivery seaming back into him, and took the edge and went down to long leg for a single. These 2 bowlers are 2 good, honest bowlers, Gary. They run in and they run in repeatedly. That's what you want from your seamers.
So Philip will try once more from the Lozak Road end. And Terence Ward is pushing it down to Hines. Terence Hines at mid-on. And there is no chance of a run. So the Red Force have come back well in this game after being dismissed for paltry 137 in the first innings. And it did a lot better in the second, making 342. And a top score of 64 coming from Jeet Gooley, 49 to Jason Mohammed, and 34 each to Hines and the Silver. And delivery on the off stump goes down into the offside to bring up the end of another tidy over there from Philip. It
And an
is 8 for 1.
interesting last ball as well, Gary. I want you to take a look at the last delivery, because it almost appeared as if the batsman Terence Ward was looking to bail out of the shot. You look at it again, he played it and then pulled his bat away. But if he had been leaving that alone, he might have been in a bit of a trouble, because it was in swinging as well.
Coming back in from outside the off stump. We have seen him, he has been getting the ball to come back in sharply from outside the off stump to the right-handers.
Why would you want to leave alone that though?
And it seems as though his off stump was not even covered properly. And he was trying to leave it alone as Seals will go into bowl to Catty. On the leg stop, is clipping it nicely through forward of square and will go down towards the boundary for 4. Badly lined, and the experience of Catty just got inside of it and played it through forward of square down towards the boundary for 4.
Beautiful shot to Gary. The area was vacant because there's a fielder down at long leg and one at mid on. And so once he had drifted into the pad Sails, all Carty had to do was to make contact. But he played it well, wristed it around and down to the forward square boundary and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
So Sales will want to get back on that off-stump line, and because of that shot, the fielder has been placed at mid-wicket. So Sales will try once more the 2 slips. So there's 2 slips now on a gully. There's a point on the boundary cover and the mid-off. Carty faces up to Seals. Get the delivery, keeping a bit low on the stumps, but he got back on it and pushed it back down the street. The bowler fields to his own bowling.
Yeah, he watched it well. It was coming back into him, and he watched it straight onto his bat. Saying good afternoon to the members of the Nevis Cricket Association. They've been doing quite a bit of work, hosting the camp for the Leeward Islands ladies, and they've been kept busy, Gary, because in December, hosted a visiting under-16 team from the United States of America, and before that hosted the Leeward's under-15 camp. Under-15 tournament will be next month March.
The Sales bowls to Catty, good delivery. So you got to know the Cricket Association is kept busy organizing and managing the affairs of cricket on Nevis, and you have a number of ladies working along with you, so it'll be easy for them to be taking care of the ladies in the tournament, the West Indies tournament.
Absolutely. And Vice President Charlene Martin is doubling up as the manager of the Leeward Islands ladies.
So the Leeward Islands team has been selected and announced?
Not yet. They have a T20 practice match which comes up today, this afternoon, in fact.
So Sales will go into bowl to Catty. Into the onside this time the gap is filled. That's Mohan down at mid-wicket fields, and there is no run.
So the Leeward's 150 behind at this point. And that's what they need to win this game. Trinidad and Tobago need 9 wickets to win.
Yeah. So Sales will continue. So just the 2 slips and the gully. And there's a cover and the mid-off in Tian Webster. Then you have the experienced Jason Mohammed. He's at mid-on. Seals will go into bowl to Casey Catty. Outside the off stump, but it goes through to be taken behind by the keeper. Wide outside the off stump, so no trouble there for Casey Catty. He wouldn't want to have a repeat of the first innings where he left alone a delivery on the stumps and was bowled. So Seals will come back. Good sunny conditions here at Warner Park. Had an early shower, which play was suspended for about 15 minutes. That's just around 10 o'clock or 1 minute past 10 when the rain came. A dark cloud settled over Warner Park. But it's bright and sunny. Seals. Carty's in behind a good delivery and pushed it down into the offside. Over is completed. 12 for 1 the Leewards.
He's a good player, Casey Carty. Has been selected for the West Indies one-day side. But if you had asked me before that selection, I would have said I thought he would be good for Test cricket. It still means that he has the chance to get some good scores and get himself into the reckoning, because he's a good player. He's very patient, has good technique, and so I wouldn't be surprised at all if in the future he is also looked at for the longer version of the game.
Yes, I think he's a good player and someone that has a bright future ahead of him. He just needs to continue to focus on his game and Philip will continue from the far end. Into the offside. So Casey Carty, St. Martin, plays cricket in St. Martin, between St. Martin and Anguilla. We also have Doran, who also plays his cricket from St. Martin. But you want to see some Leeward Islands competition. And Philip is bowling from the far end. The bowling to Terence Ward. Ward is on 1. As Philip comes over the wicket, bowls to Ward. Ward is pushing it. Goes down to mid-off. So the Leeward's batters will want to steady, remain focused. Still a good batting strip. Nothing untoward is happening from the strip. So as you indicated, just need to keep your eyes on the ball as long as possible. I thought that Mikhail Louis, as I said, saw it dug in short and just decided he will go look for the pull shot. He wasn't there for that shot and a bit too close to him, and he paid the penalty. So Philip will come in from the far end over the wicket and to the offside. Carry Pierre from extra cover moves across to his right. He fields and no shots over 1. 12 for 1. The target is 162. At the start of the innings, the Leewards had 61 overs. So they have had all of 61 overs to make 162. And Philip will come in from the far end. Still have the 3 slips, Gooley, Charles, and Mohan. And he's playing a square of the wicket, going down to a third man. If we go into the boundary for 4, and the fielder down on the back of the point boundary, couldn't get around. Good shot outside the off stump, and he pounced on it and played it through the offside down towards the wide third man area for 4.
Oh, he played it beautifully. Has been playing a very patient in Terence Ward, but he saw a bit of width on that one. He was a little bit short as well, and he spanked it down to the third man boundary and picked up 4. The fielder down in that area was a little square, and so he played it well to evade him and get 4 runs.
So with that 4, the total has gone on to 16 for 1, and Terence Ward has gone on to 5. 12 to Casey Carty. The batsman out, Mikhail Louis, for 4. Driving again off the outer portion of the bat. Should be another 4. Pitched up, and he came forward and drove it into the offside. Another 4 to Terence Ward.
Look at it again. Half volley length, and he played it really, really well, Terence Ward. Almost in the identical area, picked up the same result, 4 more, and so the score has gone on to 20. 140 now, 142 in fact to win.
So 2 boundaries scored by Terence Ward in this over. And he will warn the steadier and bat and take the Leewards as close as possible to the target. Outside the off stump, a little effort into the delivery shorter. And you watch as it goes through to be taken to the end of the over. 20 for 1, the Leewards.
But that last delivery was well bowled. It was a little shorter, a little wider, trying to lure the batsman into an error, and Terence Ward just left it alone. But good thinking that time by Philip. You see, just a little shorter, just a little bit wider, knowing that there are 3 slips and a gully behind, but it was well played.
Terence Hines has replaced Jaden Seals on the media center end. In the first innings, Terence Hines had 13 overs, but he didn't pick up a wicket. 33 runs came off his bowling, and so he has been given the responsibility of coming into the attack from the media center end. He replaces Jaden Seals, and he'll be bowling to Casey Carty. 2 slips on the gully. Carry Pierce down at the back of the point boundary with a long leg and mid wicket and the mid on. So Hines will go into bowl to Casey Carty. wide outside the off stump, and Casey Carty is not going to be tempted, at least not at this point. He just watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So it's good to see the game coming into a fourth day, Carla. Most of the matches for this round have gotten into the fourth day, so it means that the batsmen are batting longer.
And you need the batters to bat longer and to score big scores. I mean, we just haven't seen the pitch misbehave at all.
So Hines will go into bowl to Casey Carty. It's a good delivery, push it down into the onside. So it's obvious as the season progresses, the batsmen will spend more time in the middle and make more runs.
Yeah, but Gary, I have a challenge with that because we now have professional setups in the franchises, which means that these players are spending 10 months of the year playing cricket. So they shouldn't have to wait until the third and fourth round to get going.
That's Hines. And in behind it. But they're playing cricket, but are they playing organized, competitive cricket, or are they just practicing every day?
Well, I know in the case of the Leewards that they do quite a bit of match simulation. And so that is as close as you want it. You should be ready from game one. That's your living. That's what you do.
So Hines will continue from the media center end. That's your job, and you're paid to make runs and take wickets. Hines is getting delivery up, and Casey Carty is coming into the front foot. I got the impression it was probably initially looking to play it into the onside, but it was more on the off stump, and then pushed it down into the offside.
Gary, Hines is a kind of bowler as a captain you want him in your side. He looks so economical on his run-up, doesn't waste too much energy, but he's willing to bowl a lot of overs. And he's a lot more skiddier, has a bit more pace than you would think.
So he continues from the media center end to bowl to Casey Carty. And he's driving, love the shot, but there's a fielder down on the boundary, so he'll only get a single. With a single, the total has gone on to 21. And Casey Carty, with that single, has gone on to 8. 21. Without 21 for 1, that is. And Terence Ward is on 9, comes into strike. And Terence Hines bowling to Terence Ward. 2 slips on the gully. On the off stump, and he's pushing it into the offside to bring up the end of the over. A tight over, just a 1 run coming in that over, bowled by Terence Hines. The Leewards, they are 21 for 1.
And settling in, both sides would be looking to take wickets. And so you can expect that it will be a tight tussle this afternoon. Ward is on 9, 2 fours in the last over. Casey Carty is on 8. And the Hurricanes require another 141 runs to win this game. And of course, we told you earlier that we had 49 plus 15 overs in the last hour. Corrected, that did not reflect the subtraction of 2 overs in between the innings. And so it should be 47 plus the 15 overs in the last hour.
So Hines, who was struck for 2 boundaries, who was struck for 2 boundaries in the last over, is continuing from the far end. And Carty is defending. And Philip is the one who got the wicket of Casey Carty, so you'd have to be careful. In the first innings, when the ball came back from outside the off stump, he was leaving alone, so I'm sure he has that in his back of his head, and he wouldn't want to repeat the same here in this second innings. And the Leewards needs 162. Yeah, 21 for 1. So it's good sunny conditions here at Warner Park. And maybe a couple more spectators have come into the park after lunch. Not a lot of persons came out to look at this encounter. I don't know if they will come out knowing that Leewards have to make 162, so maybe they want to come in to look at the last stage of this game as Philip comes up from the far end. They could whip it into the onside, struck on the pad, a loud appeal. That from this vantage point would have struck him high, but we'll have to look at it on the monitor and maybe going down the onside as well.
I was going to miss everything, Gary. I mean, the wicket-keeper was already dancing his way down the leg side to try to collect. He just played over the delivery. The pitch is not bouncing as high as these batsmen have been playing for. That is why I've been saying that they have to look at it late, watch it right onto the bat. See, he played over that. That's clearly drifting down the leg side and would have missed 2 more stumps.
So Philip will try once more from the far end. And is looking to force it into the offside without probably getting too close enough to it. Came from the inner portion of the bat, so Carty will have to be careful.
We didn't move his back foot at all. He was just stabbing the bat at it. Yeah. You know, in the old days, the coaches used to tell you go back and across. Well, his back foot probably went back, but never across. And so he just hung the bat at it. And it came from the inner portion of the bat.
So Carty will have to be careful, as Philip has been getting the ball to come back sharply from that just outside the off stump as he come up from the far end. Taking on the pad, loud appeal, and not out. Said umpire, chuck it. And you look at it on the monitor again. Maybe going down the onside. Chuck on the right pad or the left pad? I'm not. You're closer.
Outside the line of the stumps, Gary. He was coming across. It struck him outside the line of the stump. You notice that the bowler only joined in the appeal after he noticed that there was some appeal from behind the stumps. I keep wondering what they tell these players when they do the sessions, because player education, maybe they know the rules, but maybe they think that it's every ball that hits the pad that you should say is out.
So Philip will try once more on the onside, taken by keeper De Silva, just moving away to his left. So we have seen some appeals, some strong appeals in this game. Some were upheld, some were turned down, and those were some of those that were upheld, they were questionable, and some of those that were turned down were good decisions. So they've had it both ways.
One thing I would tell you is that the players will appeal and appeal vociferously if they believe that the umpiring, if the standard is not top quality, because they know that from so many appeals they'll get X number. So they're just rolling the dice and playing the odds, which is unfortunate.
Philip comes up from the far end. Carty's inside of it and brings up the end of the over. 21 for 1, the Leewards.
Searching for 162 to win this game, and so we can tell you that Michael Louis was caught by Tion Webster. Short delivery from Anderson Phillip, which he was looking to pull into the onside, and didn't perhaps look at it as late as he should have. It was a little bit too close to him for the pull shot too, and so he just skied it to mid-off, who took a very easy catch.
So it's Terence Hines who will continue from this the media center end, and he will bowl to Terence Ward. Ward, who is on 9, and Casey Carty is on 8. 2 slips and the gully as Hines wide outside the off stump, and Terence Ward is not going to be tempted. He allows the go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So the Leewards, the target is 162. The Red Force, they were dismissed this before lunch for 342, and you had 3 wickets going to Doran, 3 for 80 from 36 overs. Cornwall got 3 for 68 from 36 as Hines, and Ward is playing it around the corner down towards Fowler Square. Carry pair from mid wicket above the course to his right, a single to the total, takes it on to 22. And then 1 wicket each to Colin Archibald and Terence Ward. And 2 wickets going to Jeremiah Louis, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 70. And Jeremiah Louis is amongst the wickets.
The Red Force added some 58 runs today for the loss of their remaining 4 wickets. And I'm sure, Gary, if you had told them that they would make 343 in their second inning, they would have said, perhaps we'd like a few more, especially considering the fact that they trailed in first innings, but they would have taken it.
So Hines will go into bowl to Casey Carty on the leg stump, looking to clip it, missed it, badly lined, and they are appealing. Appealing for what, Carlisle?
They're appealing to see whether or not that is a good take by De Silva. What else? Can't be that they were appealing for a catch at the wicket, because it missed every single thing. Missed the pads, missed the bat. Was a good take by De Silva though. And the fielder at mid-on was all excited, going up and appealing and probably saying to himself, listen, don't make me look like a joker umpire. You can be the joker by giving that one out.
So Hines will go over the wicket, a wide delivery on the off stump. And it's taken behind by the keeper. So the Leewards have to score 162. They are 22 for 1, so 140 runs away. And equally, the Red Force will be looking to pick up 9 wickets so they can win this game here this afternoon. In the session after lunch. The Leeward just faced the 1 over before lunch as Hines bowled to
Good shot.
Carty into the onside, 4 runs. Once they got it past Jason Mohammed at mid-on, it would have been a 4, so he played it well to the onside and to the right of mid-on and into the boundary for 4.
Anything on his pads, he has been able to work it away for runs, Casey Carty. And on that occasion, good shot. There's a fielder at mid-wicket and one at mid-on, but he played it between both of them with just complete precision. Brought up a boundary, and so the score moves to 26 for 1.
Hines will try again. I'm sure he'll want to stick on the off-stump line. He goes over the wicket to bowl to Carty. Good delivery. And pushed it back down the strip on the offside. So the over is completed. 26 for 1, the Leewards.
5 runs in the over as Casey Carty has taken his score to 12. And Leeward's losing the first wicket with the score on 4. And 12 to Carty. And it's 10 to Terence Ward. These two have put on 22 partnerships so far. And the Leewards would be saying, listen, we need you to take the game home or take it to as close to the finish as possible. But the captain has great faith in Philip. He will continue to bowl from the far end. And he has not been afraid in this game, Gary, to put in the yards.
Yes, he has been putting a lot of effort into his bowling. Philip, he has given it his all. 110% once he's been asked to. So he will continue from the far end. And Terence Ward is there. Carty is on 12. Ward is on 10. 26.
Substitute fielder on the field, Gary. That looks like Imran Khan.
Yeah, in the covers. So Philip will continue from the far end. Over the wicket, ball to Ward. Ward is getting a short delivery and pushed it down into the offside. He kicks it down for Imran Khan, substitute fielder, to pick up. So very hot and steamy conditions, clear blue skies almost, just a couple puffy white clouds, but it's excellent weather here at Warner Park. And the spectators, 1 or 2 more spectators, trickling into the stadium to look at this dying stages of this third round match between the Red Force and the Leeward Island Hurricanes. Leeward's coming into this round of the third round in second place in terms of point standings. And he's beaten outside the off-stump, taken behind, he's out caught.
Yes, he
A little-
is.
a delivery on the off-stump, a little more pace. And Ward was onto the back foot looking to force into the offside. Second wicket has been taken. Ward has been dismissed. And the Leeward's 26 for 2.
A poor shot by Terence Ward. It was a delivery just outside the line of the off stump, and he was looking to play this through the offside. No defense whatsoever. Just looking to force a delivery that was outside the line of the off stump, and if he had left it alone, he would have been there still. Poor delivery, not poor delivery, poor shot. Good axe there by the bowler Philip, and he has picked up a second wicket, and so the Leewards are now in a spot of bother. And here comes Jamar Hamilton to replace him. You look at it again, and every time you look at it, you can say that it's a poor choice of a shot by Terence Ward. And of course, his position must be under the microscope. He has been in a batting position here by the Leewards, and his returns in these games does not suggest that he has contributed much to keeping his place in the side as a batsman.
So the Leewards losing another wicket. So the Red Force chipping away and keeping the runs down in a sense. And they have picked up 2 wickets, and you let you know that Kyron did not open the innings because he has an injury. And now Jamar Hamilton, who made a duck in the first innings, is now in the middle, and the Leewards are under pressure. And the Pacers, well, at least Philip would have gotten 2 wickets, so he's like opening the door for the spinners. And if Philip can pick up another wicket here, the Leewards certainly will be under pressure. And I've been saying that since morning, 150 on the final day, even though the pitch is still a good batting pitch. We have seen the batsmen sometimes give away their hands, and that is what has happened. Two wickets that have been dismissed. There are shots that they should not have been playing. And so the Red Force, I'm sure they are elated, and as Hamilton will face up to Philip from the far end. So Hamilton has a role to play. He has to stick around with Carty. I'm sure he knows Carty pretty well. He's from Angola. Carty's from St. Martin. I'm sure they played lots of cricket together in St. Martin and in Angola. And Casey Carty would want to get some runs. Jamar Hamilton has, I think, 2 half-centuries for this season, but he would like to stay there and maybe get another half-century for the Leewards. But I think right now the Leewards are under pressure. They're 26 for 2 as Philip comes up from the far end. And he's getting a delivery, looking to turn it into the onside, gets it down to mid-on. And Philip continues to give it his all. He has gotten 2 for 12, and he's in his 6th over. Bowling from the far end. He has certainly given the captain exactly what the captain would have asked of him, picking up those 2 wickets. And certainly the Leewards are under pressure. Jamar Hamilton will look to pull the Leewards around, pull them out of the hole that they have found themselves in at the moment. So that would be his job. He's aware of it. He's an experienced player, a former captain. And he would want to play a good and long innings for the Leewards. And the Red Force, on the other hand, would want to continue to pick up wickets. So we'll see the spinners coming into action pretty soon. You have Carey Peer, you have Brian Charles. Mohan would have done a bit of bowling as well. So he will be coming in from the far end as Philip to bowl to Hamilton. He's driving straight down the ground. Lovely shot. It will go into the boundary for 4 runs. He just pushed it back past the ball on the offside of the pitch, down towards the boundary. He's off the mark. 30 for 1 at the end of the over.
It was a bit of a half volley, and he didn't have to strike it hard. Pure timing, and earned himself 4 good-looking runs, Jamar Hamilton, to get off the mark. But an over in which the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force earned some success, got the wicket of Terence Ward, And so they are 2 wickets down. Ward went for 10. 2 wickets down. And Jamal Hamilton is there. It's 30 for the loss of 2. Another 132 required by the Leewards.
So the Leewards will want these two to continue. And in the PSL, Karen Pollard made 50 from 29. He's on 50 from 29 balls. And here, Terence Hines be going into bowl to Casey Carty. Carty is on 12. And the non-striking partner is Jamal Hamilton, who is on 4. So the Leewards have to score 152, but they have lost 2 wickets. And they're hoping that they would not need the services of Kyron Powell, who is injured. He did not open the batting. Casey Carty took on the responsibility of opening the batting with Mikhail Louis. Louis was out caught at mid-off, looking to pull a delivery into the onside. And Terence Ward just out in the last over from Philip caught at the wicket. So Hines to bowl to Carty. Carty gets a delivery, goes bouncing down to second slip, coming onto the front foot.
And Mohammed is appealing for a catch.
So maybe he didn't. We'll give him the benefit that he probably didn't realize that the ball bounced just after he left the bat.
Right, want to give him the benefit of glasses.
So the score remains on 30 for 2. The Leewards, the target is 162, so 132 runs away, with 8 wickets in hand. And Carty's onto the front foot, playing a little bit with the bat a bit far from the body. But he pushed it into the offside, and the total remains on 30. Terence Hines made some 34 runs when he batted, played well, and he was brilliantly caught by Joel Anju in the first innings. So Anju, who made 86, 87 when the lead was batted in the first innings, is due to come down next. And Carty's coming forward, driving. Good crisp shot, but it goes down to mid-off. And there's no run. So the Leewards will be hoping to get a good partnership from these two, Powell.
Absolutely. Batting is not as difficult as people make it, Gary. There are balls which you have to defend, and then when the ball is pitched where you want it, then you take the scoring opportunities. But too many of these batsmen are trying to force deliveries that are not there for the shot that they select.
So Hines will go over the wicket, and Carty defends 30 for 2. And just need another 132 runs to win. So the interesting test match is the 4th test between England and India. Day 2, the Indians trail by 134 runs. And England will be looking to get those remaining 3 wickets, Carlisle, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but the two at the crease have already added some 42 runs. And so you have to look at that as well. You have to say credit to England. They have been chipping away at the batting. Very formidable batting lineup by India. They've been chipping away and picking up wickets. And so they would, if they get a lead of 100, they would say thank you.
Hines over the wicket to Carty into the offside. Will not get a run. So the over is completed. 30 for 2 here at Warner Park.
And I'll definitely ask the bowler Philip to give me a few more. And he wasn't even thinking whether the captain would want him to take a rest. He has picked up 2 for 16 from 6. He took off his hat, immediately started walking from the long leg boundary. And so he would be probably saying to himself, "Skipper, you're going to have to pry the ball from my hands." And he has picked up 2 wickets. In tennis, you would say that 2 unforced errors led to the downfall of both batsmen who have been out so far, Terence Ward and Mikhail Louis.
So Philip will continue from the Losdack Road end. Jamal Hamilton, who's looking for 4 in the last over, straight drive. And is forcing through the offside, through the covers. Mohammed Hassan running to do a cross to his right. He will not pull it back. And it had gone into the cover boundary for 4. Good shot outside the off stump, and he punched it through the covers down towards the boundary for 4.
The one thing about Hamilton is not going to die wandering. And so it was there for the shot, and the fielder is more squarish cover on the boundary. And so he seized the opportunity and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
So he's 2 scoring shots, 4s. So he's on 8. 34 for 2, the Leewards. So Jamal Hamilton will want to stay there. He and Casey Carty. You don't want to get carried away. The target is still 162. You do not want to lose another wicket and expose the young and inexperienced Joel Andrew, but the way he batted in the first innings shows that he has a lot of potential and looked like a seasoned player. But this is a different circumstance. If another wicket is to fall, then the youngster could be under a bit of pressure. Philip comes up from the far end. He's driving in the air from the inner portion of the bat. We get a single, good delivery. Coming back in towards the right-handed Hamilton, looking to drive, but he got a single in the end. And with that single, total has gone on to 35.
Gary, some 20-something, more than 25 years ago, St. Kitts hosted an under-13 cricket competition. From that competition, people like Craig Brathwaite, Devon Thomas, same Jamal Hamilton, Kyron Powell, and players from the Windwards all resulted. That competition has not been played in a long time.
So Philip, to pose the cat is driving. Good tumbling save there by pay out extra cover. And that's a tournament. And it's a tournament that we used to look forward to over the years. The under 13, number of players from around the region competed in that tournament here in St. Kitts.
Hosted teams like Dominica, Barbados, of course, all the teams from the Leewards, Anguilla, Antigua, Montserrat, St. Martin, Nevis. Just hoping that we can see something like that again.
So Philip comes up from the far end. And the tournament was organized due to the inspiration of one Vernon Springer as well, right?
Department of Sports, Vernon Springer, Noel Gishard, and they did a fantastic job. And the producer, Dylan, just reminded me that not only did Craig Brathwaite come all the way from Barbados to play in the St. Kitts Invitational under 13, but he made his test debut right back here. It was not an unfamiliar ground to him.
Okay, so that's what you want to see and hear. So Philip from the far end, and you were told that he has started his innings as Craig Brathwaite with 3 boundaries. And he's driving, caught behind, is he? Taken by the keeper, but the ball touched on and probably seamed away late. And the over is completed. Good delivery to bring up the end of the over. And drinks here at Warner Park. So we tell you that Leewards at drinks, they are 30, is it 36? 36 for 2 wickets. And the target is 162. So 35 for 2. Drinks break here at Warner Park. We'll take a break and be right back.
Change of bowling from the media center end, and it's Pierre bowling a delivery which is steered down to the vacant third man position by Jamal Hamilton, and they'll have a single. So Pierre's coming to the attack, and the score, he has replaced Hines, and the score's moved on with that single to 36 for 2. Spin, and the spin of Pierre. Bowling to Casey Carty, and this delivery is playing into the offside, goes down to cover, and he's deep enough for them to have a single. It's a good strike rotation as Casey Carty moves on to 13, and it's 37 for 2. Pierre once again to bowl, this time to Hamilton, who is stroking it delightfully into the extra cover area and brings up 4 runs, just short. And he went back and spanked it into the gap and picked up 4. He's not a tall figure, Gary, but he packs a punch.
Yes, good shot. So since he has come to the middle, he has struck some 3 boundaries. And that has taken the Leeward score to 41 for 2.
Pierre bowls once again. No, he's not quite ready, Jamal Hamilton. And holds up the restraining arm. Now Pierre comes in to bowl to Hamilton. And he's coming forward, playing it away into the offside. No runs. The only closed-in fielders are a slip and a forward short leg. There is a fielder down at deep backward square, and the only boundary rider. As here is Hamilton coming forward, gets it off the angled portion of the bat and down to slip. Now, there's a fielder who is down at long off, out of our view. As Pierre bowls once again to Hamilton. And he's back, turns it away on the onside. End of the first over after the water break. And the Leewards looking for 162 to win. They require another 121 runs, 8 wickets in hand.
So Jamal Hamilton has looked good, so he want to continue to give support to the other batsman, that's Casey Carty. And the Leewards looking to get up to the 162 that they are required to win in this game. They would have dismissed the Red Force for 137 in their first innings, and the Red Force came back well in the second and set them a target of 162. But they would have started well, the Red Force. They have picked up 2 early wickets. They got a wicket of Mikhail Louis and Terence Ward. And there's a change of bowling at the far end, so Jaden Seals now will come in from the Lovesack Road end.
So a change in the bowling from the far end. And this we might say this for a little bit, in that they might be thinking, the Red Force, that they'll rotate the fast bowlers from one end and keep the spinners going from one end. We're down to 1 slip now, because Gooley has been placed to just forward of square. Seals comes in to bowl a delivery which is flicked away backward of square. They're running hard for the first run, and they'll come back for the second run. And so Carty moves up by 2 to 15, and the Leewards are 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. See some sailing ships, some yachts in the distance. In the Caribbean, of course, there's quite a bit of activity on the sea. Not just cruising, but pleasure yachts, moving around. Seals coming in from the Lozac Road end to bowl to Carty. Delivery down the leg side. And the Silver has to go skipping across and dive in to take this one effectively. No runs. So we're on day 4 of this 3rd round game. And coverage brought to you by Cricket 360. And the guys have done a wonderful job, both on the camera and in production. So those of you who have been home enjoying the coverage, compliments of Cricket 360. Seals is at the Lozak Road end. And comes running up now to bowl to Casey Carty. And he's behind it, plays it away into the onside, and they won't score. So 2 runs off the first delivery of the over. Leeward's looking for 162 to win. Trinidad and Tobago are hunting 10 wickets to win. Leeward's are 43 for 2. Leeward's, of course, made up of 8 different territories. And we'll tell you about that in just a little bit. As Seals comes up to bowl to Carty. And Carty is back defending to the bowler who fields, and no runs. 2 deliveries left in the over. So you have the British Virgin Islands, US Virgin Islands, Anguilla, St. Martin, Montserrat, St. Kitts, and Nevis, all separated by water. So it's not as easy to get around as if you were on the same land space. Costs quite a bit of money to hold tournaments. And there's the Leeward Islands 3-day competition coming up in June. As Seals bowls to Carty, and he's playing it down to mid-on. There's a fielder in the way, they won't score. Leeward's are 43 for 2. Windwards have 4 fewer territories. There's St. Vincent, Grenada, St. Lucia, and Dominica. And of course, in the Leewards, in the Virgin Islands, you're talking about multiple islands, Gary. Seals is bowling to Casey Carty, and he's defending solidly, gets it down to mid-off, end of the over. It's 43 for 2. The Leewards 16 overs have been completed.
So it's a steady over there from Seals, keeping things quiet. And the Leewards would want these two to continue. And you're happy to hear that the Leeward Islands tournament is scheduled to be held in June, the 3-day competition. And you would have outlined the challenges associated with organizing cricket in the Leewards. So we're happy that there will be a competition in June. And also the issue of, if you have to go into the US Virgin Islands, the issue of getting visas, which
Correct. Correct.
So here at Warner Park, the battle between the Red Force and the Hurricanes. So let us see if the force of the Red Force will push back the Hurricane, or if the Hurricane will blow away the Red Force here this afternoon.
Here, now there is a second close catcher brought in for Hamilton, facing up to Pierre. And he's back, trying to play it into the offside, backing away from it, drags it across on the onside, and finds mid-wicket for no runs.
And the fielder is actually on his knees, Carlisle. He's actually on the ground, just waiting.
He's back and turning it into the onside. The Silver will chase from behind the stumps to backward square, and Hamilton will get another run to take the score on to 44, and he goes on to 15. 44 for the loss of 2 wickets. The Leewards losing Michael Louis and Terence Ward. Played away into the offside. Picked up there by Philip, and there is no run. So Carty is on 15, and he's forward defending, comes off the outer portion of the bat, goes down to slip, and there is no run. Pierre from the media center end, and he's bringing Carty forward, solid in defense, and the score remains on 44 for 2. Here is Pierre once more. Back, turned away into the onside. And they'll get a single, so he'll move on to 16. And the score, the Leewards, 45 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So Pierre has completed his second over. We have seen on 2 occasions he has been able to get a ball to come off the outer edge of the outer portion of the bat. The first delivery he bowled to Hamilton in his first over, outer edge found when past slip, and then he also found the outer edge of Casey Carty bat, but he dropped well short of the fielder at first slip. So he's getting a little bit of turn, a little bit of activity from this end, Carey Pierre.
Pace will continue from the far end. And it will be in the person of Seals. He will be bowling to Carty. And he comes up now. There's just a slip and a gully. And the bowls to Carty, who is driving, gets it down to the field at forward square. No runs.
Good delivery. He was a full length, right up Yorker length delivery, looking to York the batsman Carty, but he got back on it and got it down to the forward square area.
Here he Seals once more to bowl to Carty, who is turning it into the onside, finds mid-wicket straight, and they won't score. So the Trinidad and Tobago side today being bowled out for 343 and asking the Leewards to make 162 to win. Overnight they were 285 for 6, and so losing their remaining 4 wickets for 58 runs. Leeward set 162 for victory. And here is Seals to bowl a delivery which is played away into the onside. And no run scored. So Seals is bowling from the far end, and we haven't seen crowds at this game or any of the games. Scattering of spectators as he bowls to Carty, who is working it into the onside down to backward square. They'll have a single, and that will take the total on to 46 now for the loss of 2 wickets. Umpire Tuckett holds up the arm to signal to his partner, Umpire Crawford, that there are 2 deliveries left in the over.
So we have seen Seals, yes, he as well has been able to get the ball to come back in towards the right-handed batsman from that far end. That last delivery came from the inner portion of the bat. And so he continued to try to keep that steady line and length on the off stump.
Here comes Seals once more to bowl to Hamilton, who is driving firmly, just tugs it across to the field at mid-on, and he fields it smartly. No runs.
And he rehearses a shot that he probably would have wanted to get it between extra cover and mid-off, but he, as he said, he tugged it and he went down to mid-on. So Hamilton would want to get carried away. He wanted to stick around for the Leewards.
And there is one eagle-eyed spectator who is suggesting a little bit of a correction to Hamilton's stance at the crease and the way that he plays. Here he Seals to bowl to him, and he's defending away on the offside. Brings up the end of the over. 46 for the loss of 2 wickets. Leeward, 17 overs have been completed. And remember, that they have all of what, 47 plus 15? That's 62 overs to make these runs. 17 have been completed, and so another 45 overs left in the game.
Tight over there from Sales, only 1 coming from the over. So we will be here until sometime after the tee. The ball will be close to 4:30, because the scoring rate, unless the scoring rate picks up, we will be here until sometime after 4.
Pierre is bowling to Carty. Delivery on his legs. He turns it down to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Pierre hasn't had a lot of wickets in this tournament so far. Bowls to Carty, brings him forward. He plays it to win the offside. This time to extra cover, and no runs. Cross on our left, the southeast peninsula. Nevis in the background as this one is played to extra cover. And then you pan straight across. That's open ocean heading all the way down. St. Martin is somewhere way to the west on our right hand side. Not just St. Martin, Gary, but St. Bart's and Sabre and Stacia and Anguilla beyond that. Here is Pierre to bowl to Carty, who is driving and getting it just short of the bowler, who is diving away to his left to effect the save. But a bit of a fall shot that time by Casey Carty, as he came forward to a delivery which was back pitch, trying to work it into the onside. Almost gave a bowl and encore chance. Now here is getting a very terrible delivery down the leg side from Pierre, and just gets into his wicket and sweeps it firmly away down backward of square for 4 runs.
Well, that's the way to do it. You get a bad delivery, you have to punish it. And you also have to try and remain focused. You don't really want to give away your hands. So Pierre, you spoke about wickets for this season. I think he has picked up, we'll get you the number of wickets. I don't think he has gotten a lot of wickets for this season, but I'll get to that in just a minute. But a good shot by Carty.
To bring up the 50 for the Leewards. And so 50 for the loss of 2. Casey Carty is on 21. Jamal Hamilton will now be taking strike, and Sales will continue to bowl from the far end. So the Leewards are 112 runs away. Trinidad and Tobago 8 wickets away. Here is Sales from close to the stumps, and he's driving firmly is Hamilton to the right of the bowler on his follow through, and mid-on comes across very quickly and tidies up, and so no run scored.
So Pierre has picked up just 5 wickets in the 3 matches so far for the Red Force. Best 2 for 16.
Good afternoon to my friend Lesroy Skeppel, following the game from overseas. As Sales bowls again to Hamilton, and he's driving firmly down to mid-on, and he won't score.
I think Hamilton has to be careful. The previous shot, he went for the drive. The ball actually came from the higher part of the bat, and he didn't time it. It went in the air, but it was just out of reach of the bowler Seal. So he will have to be careful with those drive. And now, as I speak, it seems as though the fielder is going to go and a short mid-on, just on the edge, just outside just in front the non-striker, just outside the edge of the square. For that very shot.
Good thinking, good captaincy. As first slip goes even wider. And here is a delivery which is steered down to third man very well by Jamal Hamilton, and he will pick up 4 good-looking runs. That's sensible batting by Jamal Hamilton. The gully had been taken out by Captain De Silva and placed straight just outside of the line of the pitch in terms of the edge of the pitch. And Jamal Hamilton got a short delivery and just opened the face and ran it down to third man and picked up 4.
Not good bowling there on that occasion by Sales. It was too far outside the off stump. As the fielder was placed on the onside, he should have gotten back on that center and leg stump where the batsman Hamilton was looking to always drive in the onside, but this one was wide, and he paid the penalty.
And the one slip has gone now to what would be effectively 2.5 slip position. So wide gap between him and the keeper. Sails to bowl to Hamilton, who is trying to work a delivery outside the leg stump, down fine, misses, and the silver goes skipping away and takes well down the leg side. Leeward's 54 for 2, 108 away from victory. Trinidad and Tobago need 8 wickets.
Hamilton seemed to be a bit disappointed that he didn't get back on that delivery, which was down the onside. If he had gotten it fine, even though there's a long leg, he might have been able to pick up a boundary.
He's on 19, Jamal Hamilton. 2.5 centuries so far in this tournament, but he hasn't converted to 100 yet. Here is a delivery which is driving straight, so straight that it goes smack into the stumps at the far end. And sometimes these stumps can be the very best fielders on the field.
Good straight drive, as I said, 2 straight, and kind of into the stumps at the far end. So in terms of the top scorers, in terms of runs for the season, Michael Louis on top with 339. Jonathan Carter, he has 320. Kevin Wickham, 284. And the top bowlers, Warwick has 18. Jeremiah Louis 18, and Ashmead Ned also 17, sorry.
Here is Seals to bowl to Hamilton, and he's playing it away into the onside, brings up the end of the over. Leewards remain on 54 for the loss of 2 wickets. They're searching for 162 to win. Jamal Hamilton, he has taken his score to 19, and Casey Carty is on 21.
So a good little partnership developing between Carty and Hamilton. So the wicket takers, as I said, Jeremiah Warwick has 18, plays for Barbados. Jeremiah Louis of the Leewards, he has 17, and average of 15.17. Ashmead Ned, and he plays for the West Indies Academy. He has 17 as well, an average of 17.52. And Warwick on average 13.11. And the batting, Michael Louis, 339 runs, average 67.80. Jonathan Carter, 320, average 64. Kevin Wickham, 284, he has an average of 71.
Pierre brings Carty forward, plays it out in the offside. Extra cover, recovers, and they won't score. Pierre once again from wide on the crease, and he's bringing Carty forward once more, and goes to extra cover, and they still don't score. So 54 for 2. We're in the 20th over. And here is the drive in at this one is Carty. Seems to have come from the outer portion of the bat and went between the keeper and the slip fielder there. Let's see. No, that's Buys. So it probably turned from the pitch, maybe hitting one of those rough spots, and eluded the keeper and the first slip. And so it's a bye that has been signaled by the umpire. 55 for the loss of 2.
So 107 runs away for the Leewards.
Delivery, pitching and straightening, and just went straight past the bat. Good thing is he didn't follow it, Gary. So the Leewards are looking for 106 to win. They did in fact get 2 byes from that delivery that went past the keeper. So Pierre is settling into his work now and goes away from us at the media center end, and is bringing Carty forward, driving. That's excellent coverage there by the fielder who is chasing from extra cover, and they don't get a run. So Pierre bowls to Carty, who is patiently behind it, plays it away into the offside, brings up the end of the over. 2 byes coming from that over. Leewards require another 106 to win, and they are 56 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Trinidad and Tobago will tell you that they need 8 wickets to win.
All right, so the Leewards continue to progress here at Warner Park, looking to get the 162. So, but there's a change of bowling, seemed like at the far end. So Brian Charles, as we expected, we'll see a lot of spin bowling from that far end. And so he'll be coming in to bowl to Jamal Hamilton. So change of bowling at the far end.
And we expected this, Gary. He has bowled quite a few overs for Trinidad and Tobago.
Charlie, nice
Of course, the
for you,
former
Charlie.
captain had those duties while the captain was away with the West Indies side. De Silva is back and he is keeping wicket. First delivery from Charles to Hamilton, who is cutting, and it seems like he was cutting and taking an edge, and it went into the body of De Silva behind the stumps. We'll look at it again. It was wide. He was cutting at it from the outer portion of the bat and hit De Silva and then dropped away safely. And so a chance there to Jamal Hamilton.
So Hamilton would have to
Go ahead, Charlie.
settle again. The wide delivery, he went after it and not taken by the keeper.
Brian Charles once again. Full delivery.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Spanked that back down. Fielded by the bowler on his follow through.
Go ahead, Charlie. Rip,
And
Charlie.
there's some footmarks just outside the right-hander's off stump that I'm sure Charles will be looking to exploit.
Here is he once more.
Catch it.
Delivery which is turning into Jamal Hamilton. And he plays it away for the keeper to come from behind the stumps to retrieve. So Brian Charles is bowling from the Lozak Road end. Comes up to bowl to Hamilton, who is turning it away into the onside, down short backward square. And he'll get a single. And that will take him on to 20. And the Leewards are now 57 for 2. Charles
Go ahead, Charlie.
would be disappointed, but it was not an easy chance. Here is he to bowl to Carty, who is steering it away into the offside. Backward point is on the boundary, so he comes running in. They'll have enough time for a single, and Carty will move to 22. And the Leewards to 58 for the loss of 2.
Go ahead, Charlie. Rip, Charlie.
So they're inching along slowly, the Leewards. Another 104 runs required. And Red Force need to take 8 wickets if they are to win.
He bowls to Hamilton, who is turning it away to forward short leg to bring up the end of the over. 58 for the loss of 2 Leewards, requiring another 104 runs to win this game. And the Trinidad and Tobago, of course, they need some 8 wickets.
So we tell you in the 4-day competition, 5 wickets have been taken, 5 wickets or more have been taken 13 times for this season. And there are 2 bowlers that are on the list twice. That's Warwican has gone 5 for 59 and 5 for 62. Ashley Ned just picked up 5 wickets in this last round, 5 for 97. And then previously he had 6 for 78. He got that 6 at Connery. And the delivery pushed into the onside by the first delivery from Carey Pierre. So the Leewards 58 for 2.
And Barbados have lost the wicket of Captain Craig Brathwaite. They're 33 for 1. Here is Pierre. Delivery which sends the batsman back. And he's defending away on the offside. No runs. Barbados require 140 to win with 9 wickets remaining. Here is Pierre, giving this one a little bit more flight and played away into the offside by Casey Carty. He remains on 22 and the Leewards are 58 for 2. Pierre from wide on the crease, this delivery bowls the delivery which is pulling the batsman forward. He's just at the very last moment seems to have pulled his bat away from that one. Pierre goes again to try for the red force. And the delivery, which is on the stumps, played away into the offside, and they won't score. Brathwaite was out, caught by Mackenzie of Salmon, and he made 13. Delivery played back down the track on the offside, brings up the end of a maiden over, and the Leewards remain on 58 for 2.
So the Red Force continue to try to get wickets here at Warner Park. So in terms of so I just told you that 5 wickets or more have been taken in this competition 13 times. We also seen 11 centuries. And Kevin Sinclair has the highest score. He made 165 not out. Previous to that, you had Cedric Walton, who made 163. Kevin Hodge also had a big not out, 158. Craig Brathwaite also made 142.
Hamilton is playing this one into the offside to extra cover, and he can't score. I think 2 matches have been completed in this round so far. The Windwards have completed their victory. Here is Brian Charles to Hamilton. He turns it away in the onside to mid-wicket, and he won't score. Windwards completed victory over the combined campuses and colleges. As here is a delivery which is trying to play into the onside Hamilton, and it will run down to the straight boundary on the onside for 4 byes. Badly lined by Brian Charles, and Hamilton missed it, the keeper missed it, and 4 more byes. So that will help the cause of the Leewards, Gary.
Yes, 4 more runs have been added to the total. So with that 4, it will go on to 62. So they need another 100 runs to win. And we still have about 25 minutes to go before the tea interval. And Charles will continue from the far end.
Tell you that Athenaeus got 58 or 42 deliveries in that win for the Windwards. Thanks again to Dillon, who is not just producing but always researching. Here is Hamilton going back, plays it into the shins of the fielder at forward short leg, and it bounces away in the offside, and they don't score. Oh, it just fell short of the fielder at forward short leg. As Brian Charles to bowl to Hamilton, who is turning it into the onside, and they'll stroll a single. And so it's now the required runs are now under 100. Leewards are 63 for 2 and require 99 to win.
Right, so the Leewards continue to progress here at Warner Park in nice sunny conditions. And Jama has progressed to 20. Carty is on 22. Or Jama Hamilton is actually on 21. Not without any scare, we have seen some outside edges being found by Carey Peer. And he will continue from the media center end.
And he bowls to Jamal Hamilton, who for this delivery is spanking it into the offside for 4. Down to the extra cover boundary. It was too short there from Peer. And Jamal Hamilton didn't need any other reason to get runs. He's looking to get on with things, Jamal Hamilton. And so those 4 runs will take him on to 25. And the Leewards move on now to 67 for the loss of 2.
Good shot, bad delivery, and it was punished by Jamal Hamilton.
Now the sweeper goes out on the extra cover boundary as Pierre bowls to Hamilton, who is sweeping, and it will be a bit of a run for the fielder down there coming from backward square, and he dives over it, so 4 more runs to Jamal Hamilton.
The experienced Jason Mohammed running all the way from the backward square area down to long leg. Couldn't get it, so he overcompensated as Carey Peer from a short and wide delivery on the off stump. This time he was on the leg stump, and he was punished again by Jamal Hamilton.
Taking the score on to 71 for 2. So Jamal Hamilton has gone to 29, and the Leewards require 91 runs to win. And that errant delivery has brought Captain De Silva from behind the stumps, He had a word with his bowler Pierre, and now he's going back to his position behind the stumps, Captain De Silva. Jamal Hamilton loves the sweep shot. And here we see for this delivery from Pierre, defending stoutly, plays it back down the track on the offside. So the Leewards open the batting with Casey Carty and Mikhail Louis. Here is Pierre to bowl to Hamilton, who is defending away on the offside. And again, no runs. .71 for two the Leewards as Pierre bowls to Hamilton, and he's back and cutting straight to the fielder at extra cover. Straight into the hands of the fielder there at extra cover. Jamal Hamilton has made another unforced error. And so he has lost his wicket. And Trinidad and Tobago will say, thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton.
Well, he was backing away from a delivery which was pinning away from him, and he didn't get over it, and it was taken at the extra cover region. So the Leewards losing their third wicket with a score on 72 and 71, sorry. So they still need a further 91 runs, and they've lost the third wicket, so they have to be careful. And the youngster Joel Andrew is making his way into the middle.
Another unforced error, Gary. Backing away, looking for the shot. Absolutely no need for that. And so he has gifted his wicket. I always tell batsmen, if you have to back away to make the shot, sometimes you don't have control. And you're likely to be playing the ball in the air. And that was as perfect an example as you could get. Hit it straight to the man. And once he had hit it, the man didn't have to move an inch. And so he had lost his wicket, Hamilton. And the Leewards are 71 for 3.
And that ball had some bounce in it as well. So he was not in control. And so now the youngster Joel Andrew has come to the middle. The Leewards losing 3 wickets. So this is going to be a good game, Carlisle. It will be a tussle.
So Joel Andrew is the new batsman. Got his first half century in first class cricket in the first inning. Silly mid-off comes in for him and he's defending. And it brings up the end of a successful over by Trinidad and Tobago. Pierre has picked up his first wicket for 20 and the Leewards 71 for the loss of 3.
So the Red Force continue to pick up wickets at crucial times when I thought that Jamal Hamilton and Cathy would have been settling. The Leewards gave away another wicket, and the Red Force will be happy.
Yeah.
So 3 wickets have been taken,
Excellent.
and the youngster Joel is in the middle. Cathy will have to steady. He is the vice captain, and he will want to shepherd the team through to victory. But I'm sure Red Force would have other ideas, as the fielder on the back of the point boundary has been called in. So that's Gooley. He goes into a slip. So a leg slip, a slip and a forward short leg.
As he bowls a delivery which is played away into the onside. It will be a challenging run for the fielder coming from forward of square. And that's 4 good-looking runs to Casey Carty. But an error again in length and line from Brian Charles. Gave him the opportunity to pull it firmly down on the onside. And he played it very well, Casey Carty. Takes him on to 26. And the Leewards are 75 for 3.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Leg slip has come in. As Brian Charles brings him forward, plays it away out of the grasp of the fielder there at backward square. And Joel Andrew, good thinking, as was calling his vice captain through, said, yes, we have a single. And he hesitated a little bit, Casey Carty, but then set off running as Joel Andrew was bearing down on the striker's end. Another single to Casey Carty gets him on to 27. And the Leewards is 76 for 3, 86 required for victory. Joel Andrew is taking his guard. Batted really well in the first inning, Gary. And he'd be looking for a repeat of that. And the Leewards require 86. Here is Brian Charles, and Andrew is forward. Strokes it away on the offside. And perhaps remembering how we got off the mark in the first inning, there is a fielder down on the deep forward square boundary. Here is a delivery, which is defending again, is Andrew. And he plays it away on the offside.
Wait, Charlie, wait, Charlie.
Andrew is yet to open his account and is patiently playing it away on the offside to extra cover. And they don't score. So 7 wickets required by Trinidad and Tobago. And the Leewards are 86 short of victory. Here is the back. And a little cramped there. And it's played down to extra cover. Who knocks it away. The fielder from mid-off was running around to his left to cover. And so the end result is a single to Joel Andrew. He's on his way. And the Leewards get another run. And so he's off the mark, Joel Andrew, and will be facing at the start of the new over. The Leewards are 77 for the loss of 3. And Andrew will be facing up to Pierre. 6 runs in the over.
So in the first innings, Andrew came in when the score was 135, and the 4th wicket went down. This time he came in at 73 for 2. Remember, Kyron did not pick up his usual spot at the top of the order, so he moved up one notch in the batting order.
And Pierre bowls to Andrew, who is back and is beaten. Again going back, seemed to have been looking for room to play that delivery, and luckily for him it was not on the stumps. Here is Pierre bringing him forward, plays it away into the onside, and it's fielded. 77 for 3, the Leewards. As Pierre bowling a delivery which is driven into the offside by Andrew, and there's a fielder out at cover, goes straight to him, and so he doesn't score Andrew. Here is he going back, toe ending this one to the fielder at slip. Backing away looking for room.
There is a lot of chatter around the bat up there. They're trying to get under the skin of the youngster.
Here is Pierre once more. He's experienced. Brings the batsman Andrew forward, plays it away to extra cover. Leeward's a 77 for 3, 85 required. Here is Pierre. And this one is played into the offside. That one will go down to the boundary for 4. Down to extra cover. That's the shot he has been looking for all over Andrew. And he played it, made it look so easy. And once he had gotten over that and driven it away into the offside, there was no question that he was going to get 4 on this occasion. So the score goes on to 81, and Andrew goes on to 5. 81 for 3, the Leewards.
So a good shot into the offside, went to the right of the fielder at cover. He did not bounce as much as the one that got the wicket of Jamal Hamilton, so he was able to get over it and played it through the offside for 4. So the youngster would want to stay there with Casey Carty, and Carty has gotten a start and he would want to continue. He's on 27.
Brian Charles will continue from the far end as we're coming up on tea in this game. And here is he to bowl to Carty, who is behind it and defending. And so he remains on 27, Casey Carty. Carty again facing up to Charles and plays it this time on the offside of the track. He's on 27 and he's getting time at the crease, Casey Carty. Brian Charles to bowl to him. And he's back, turning it into the onside, down to forward of square. They'll get a single as the fielder comes off the deep forward square boundary. And so he goes on to 28 Carty. It's 82 for 3, the Leewards. Brian Charles has a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg, the close fielders. And he comes up now to bowl to Andrew. And Andrew is hitting this one high, hard, and handsome. Just pitched up a little bit more to Andrew. And this youngster, Gary, seems to have nerves of steel. He was quickly into the shot and played it over the long on boundary and brought up 6 beautiful runs.
Just as he did in the first innings, he was confidently coming onto the front foot and lifted it high over the long on area for 6. Lovely shot by the youngster.
He settles himself. I was talking to players who looked at the camp leading up to the Super 50, and I'll tell you about that in just a little while. As Brian Charles comes up to bowl to Andrew, and he's turning it into the onside. Fielder down on the backward square leg boundary comes up. They'll get a single. And so he moves to 12, Joel Andrew, and the Leewards to 89 for 3. That means 73 runs away. As Brian Charles continues from the far end and bowls to Carty, who is defending stoutly. End of the over, 89 for the loss of 3. The Leewards requiring 73 to win. Had a little chat with Kyron Powell. And he said, Daddy, I looked at Joel Andrew in the Super 50 camp. And Alzari is not a slow bowler. And this youngster was hitting him and the other bowlers out of the ground. So he said, Daddy, this guy is something special. And he took an amazing catch. I missed that catch, Gary, but I heard the description of the catch. And so he's facing up now to Pierre. And he's forward, driving down to mid-wicket. There is nobody in that area. It is going to run pretty close to the boundary. It goes across the boundary now, in fact. Just drifted into his pads, Pierre. And Joel Andrew was quickly onto it and found the mid-wicket boundary for 4 more runs.
And Sales inside in mid-wicket thought there was somebody behind him. Initially he just was trotting at it, but he didn't realize that there was a vacant mid-wicket. And then the ball went into the boundary for 4. In the first innings, his first 3 scoring shots were a 6, a 4, and a 4. And now he has already struck 2 4s and a 6 in his innings so far.
Pierre once more, and he's defending solidly. I think he's going to be around for a long time, Gary. Here is Pierre once more to bowl to Andrew. And he's back, plays it away on the offside. And he's only 17. And his birthday is all the way down at the end of the year in December. Here is Pierre to bowl to him, and he's playing it back to the bowler. No runs. That shot that went for 4. Sales looked at it and figured that perhaps it was going to be covered by somebody on the boundary. There was nobody there. Bit of a fall shot by Andrew as it goes down on the offside, brings the fielder off the long off boundary. They'll get a single, and so the score will move on to 94. He was looking to turn it into the onside, was not quite to the pitch of it, and it went into the offside and safe. Pierre will bowl now to Carty, and he's playing it into the offside, finds extra cover, and it's the end of the over in which 5 runs were scored, and the Leewards are 94 for the loss of 3 wickets. And we see it's getting up close to tea time, Gary, maybe another 7 minutes away from tea. And so the Leewards would want not to lose any further wickets, but of course Trinidad and Tobago would welcome wickets.
So a few more spectators have come into Warner Park to look at this game. But we can tell you that the partnership is 22, and the youngster has scored 17 out of the 22.
Well, a friend of mine told me that he was driving in from the country and that he was coming in here specifically to look at Joel Andrew. He retakes his guard, does Joel Andrew. And Brian Charles will continue to bowl at him from the Lozak Road end. And for this delivery, he's defending away into the offside. No runs.
Charlie, work Charlie.
Brian Charles bowls to Andrew, who is turning it into the air. They'll get a single. And could have been pushing a little bit harder, looking for 2 runs, but they were satisfied with 1. And so he moves on now to 18. Does Joel Andrew. And they score to 95 for the loss of 3 wickets. Here is a delivery which is bringing Carty forward, plays it to extra cover. No runs.
Charlie, work Charlie.
Carty has been very responsible and watchful this inning. Has Brian Charles bowling to him. He plays it away into the offside. And they'll have a casual stroll through for a single. We'll take Carty on to 29. And the Leewards are 96 for the loss of 3 wickets. 66 required. Brian Charles bowls now to Andrew, and he's forward, plays it away into the offside. It's good batting by the Leewards. Just pulled the extra cover to his left, and they had enough time to complete another single. Good strike rotation as Andrew moves on to 19, and it's 97 for 3.
Yeah. That's where it was, yeah.
Brian Charles bowling to Carty, and he's back and defending away on the onside. It's the end of the over. Leewards are 97 for the loss of 3 wickets, 3 runs in that over, and they require another 65 runs to win this game.
So the Leewards, that partnership is developing nicely. So 25 runs have been added, and the Leewards scoring 96 runs in the session so far. Some 29 so from 28 overs they are able to score 96 runs. So they have been scoring in excess of 3 runs per over.
And Pierre it is who will bowl to Andrew. Now the fielder is back on the extra cover boundary. And Andrew is back, punching to extra cover. And there is no run. So therefore, session 2, Leewards against Trinidad and Tobago. Here is it coming forward, defending. That's a good quick single by the Leewards. And Casey Carty, the vice captain, saw the opportunity because extra cover had to go chasing across to his left. Looked up, Andrew said yes, and they went scampering through for a good single.
And the extra cover was Philip, who would have bowled a number of overs. So moving to his left might have been a little slower than the regular person who would have been in an extra cover.
98 for 3, the Leewards. And it's Pierre who is bowling to, that's Carty, and it's edged away past the figure, the diving figure of the fielder there at second slip. And some excitement, some alarm, but it was well clear, and it went quickly as well, Gary. So the 100 comes up for the Leewards. Let's take a look at it again. As Carty was coming forward and driving, and it went clear of the fielder.
I tell you
he's
what,
on his knees.
Right, if he was in his normal position, that would have been a catch. Easy catch.
He's on his knees.
He was down on the ground.
Couldn't push off easily from his knees. Now he's standing. Delivery, which is bringing Carty forward, plays it down to the fielder coming off the extra cover boundary. The 100 for the Leewards has come up, by the way. And that's 101 for the loss of 3 now. And Casey Carty has now taken his score. Good shot there by Joel Andrew. They have crossed for 1. He's chasing back for the second. and he timed it beautifully. Two good-looking runs. That's good running by the Leewards. 103 for 3. Joel Andrew goes on to 22. Casey Carty is on 32.
So the runs are flowing since the youngster has come to the middle.
6 runs in the over so far. As Pierre bowls to Andrew, who is punching it to the field at extra cover, and brings up the end of the over. 103 for the loss of 3. The run rate by the Leewards is at 3.43, so you're quite correct. The run rate has picked up since Joel Andrew has gone out into the middle.
So they have scored some 31 runs since he has come to the middle, and he has scored 22 of those, and he has struck how many fours? 2 fours and a 6, or 3 fours and a 6?
Perhaps 1 over before tea, and so it will be Brian Charles, who will be bowling from the Lozak Road end, and will be coming up to bowl to Casey Carty, and this time in the middle will be good for Casey Carty. And there's a break after this round of matches as he's going back, steering it into the offside to get a single, and so the score will move to 104 for 3.
Keep going, man. Work, boys.
Means that this will be over number 31, and so when we come back from tea, we'll still have another 31 overs to go. Here is Andrew coming forward and angling it away to forward short leg, and he remains on 22. Brian Charles from the far end comes up now to bowl to Andrew, who is turning it into the onside, down to forward square. They'll get a single, and so he goes to 23, Joel Andrew, and the Leewards are 105 for the loss of 3. Here is Brian Charles to bowl to Carty, who is driving into the offside and rather toyings it. Tend to drive into the pitch, Carty. So that is something that I'm sure the coaches will look at, because the ball loses momentum once it drives it into the pitch. Now he wants a single, does Joel Andrew, but mid-wicket is moving around quickly. And Casey Carty says no, sends him back early. And that's the key. Good shout of no. So 1 delivery left before tea. And Brian Charles bowls to Carty, turns it away down to backward square. They'll cross for a single. And so that will take the score to 106 for the loss of 3. Casey Carty is on 34. And so at 106 for the loss of 3, the Leewards, they're looking for another 56 runs to win. And they have all of 31 overs to make those runs. As we go to tea, we tell you that the Leewards, looking for 162 to win, 106 for the loss of 3. Carty is on 34, and Joel Andrew is on 23.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Warner Park. We're about to see the start of play after the tea interval. We tell you that the Leewards went into tea on 106 for 3 with Casey Carty not out on 34 and the youngster Joel Andrew, he's not out on 23. The target is 162, so which means they are 56 runs away from victory. The Red Force will have to take 7 wickets and the bowling figures up to T. Anderson Phillip 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Carrie Pear, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. Those are the wicket takers. And then you have Sales, 6 overs, none for 15. Hines, 3 overs, none for 6. And Brian Charles, 6 overs, none for 23. So, Carlisle, we're in the last session of play. Leewards need 56. TNT need 7 wickets.
And 31 overs left in the game. So from the first half, the Leewards have scored 106 runs. So you do the math and you tell yourself that the Leewards should win this unless they collapse and get bowled out. Saying good afternoon to our good cameraman up on the roof, Basu, and he has been taking some fantastic shots throughout the game. And there are people who are in their homes who have been messaging and saying that the coverage is different. That they're seeing not just the cricket, but they're seeing a bit of what's happening around the park here at Warner Park.
So Pierre will bowl the first delivery after T. And he's pushed back down the strip on the offside. So there's a short extra cover or short mid-off just on the edge of the square. And there's a cover and a point. There's also a cover point on the boundary. Carty is coming forward. So the Leewards need 56. TNT also needs 7 wickets if they are to win this game. Carty has looked good. He's on 34. He'll want to steady until the end. Outside the off stump into the offside. We get an easy single. And that will bring the youngster Joel Andrew, who has also looked good and confident since he has come to the middle. With that single, gone on to 107. So the first run after T. And the Leewards require 55. And Red Force will need to take 7 wickets if they are to win. Around the wicket pair. And we get another single. That's Joel Andrew. So with that single, he will move on to 24. And the Leewards 108 for 3. The target is 162. So they need another 54 runs. So still very good sunny conditions here at Warner Park. And Carty is onto the back foot. There's no run. So a couple more spectators in the stands. A little, about 3 or 4 more than yesterday. As P around the wicket. So a couple more spectators. Maybe hearing about the youngster Joel Andrew. Over is completed. First over after T. 108 for 3, the Leewards.
And 2 runs coming up in the over. I'm looking back, Gary. The last time we had a set of youngsters come through from the Youth World Cup, there were Ronaldo Morton and Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Both went on to play for the West Indies team. And then, after them, the other teenager who came through was Kyron Powell. This boy, Joel Andrew, is in a good group of players and he looks good.
Yes, he's a confident youngster. He looks solid. And we just want to wish him all the best and hope that he will remain focused. He made an excellent 87 in the first innings and now he's on 24. And so the captain of the Red Force, he has decided to bring pace from the far end after the tea interval. And it's Jaden Seals who will be coming in from that far end. We're bowling to the youngster Joel Andrew. So there's a gully or fourth slip you want to call it. Seals bowl to Andrew will get a single. Or as a matter of fact, he probably will get 4 as the fielder coming across to his left from backward point on the boundary. Cannot stop it. 4 runs to the youngster.
Gary, this Joel Andrew has such good awareness. He noticed that that position was vacant, and he was steering it easily down to the third man position to pick up 4 good-looking runs. Such great game awareness.
So 112. So the required number of runs 50. And Gooley still down at the back of the point boundary. So if you're going to be bowling outside the off stump short, I don't know if the back of the point is the right place for the fielder to be, but we'll have to see if there's going to be any adjustment to the field. There's none. As Seals comes up on the far end on the leg stump, we get a single off the pad. So leg by should be signaled by umpire Carly Tuckett. With that single, total has gone on to 113. Signal coming now. So the required number of runs less than 50. So the Red Force will be challenged to get the 7 wickets before the Leewards can get the remaining 49 runs. So the Leewards scored 105 runs between lunch and tea from 30 overs, because one over was delivered before lunch, and they got just the 1 run. As Seals comes up from the far end. Short, and Carty looking to just help it around the corner, probably playing a bit too early, and probably came off the back of the bat and probably struck him somewhere on the shoulder. Because the key was just looking to help it around the corner. But no damage done, so Seals will go back to the top of his mark at the far end. And the Red Force, they were dismissed for 342. Top score coming from Jeed Gooley of 64, 49 to Mohammed, 36 to Cephas Cooper, 34 each to De Silva and Terence Hines. And for the Leewards, 3 wickets to Cornwall and Durham. 2 wickets went to Louis. As Sales comes up and into the onside. Hands of the bowler going in the air. Maybe thought he might have gotten to the defense of Carty. Ball pitched up, coming in towards the right-handed batsman, and went down into the onside. So Jeremiah Louis with those 2 wickets, so he has picked up 5 wickets. He picked up 5 wickets in the match, came into the game with 12. So he has gone to 17. And his brother, Michael Louis, has an aggregate of 339 at the top of the pack. So Seals will continue from the Lozak Road end. Lee was 113, so they're 49 runs away. Seals comes up from the far end. Carty getting a good delivery, just pushed it down into the onside. And there is no run. So 49 runs away. Carlisle will be here for the next 45 minutes, an hour or less.
Perhaps a partnership is 42, Gary. It's an important partnership between these two. And they have been batting well together. Carty needed some time at the crease, and he's getting good time at the crease. Has been there for 97 balls and has scored 35 runs.
So Seals will come up from the Lozak Road end. Ball to Vice Captain Carty. We get a single. Just ease it into the onside. So with a single, total has gone on to 114. 114, so the target now reduced by 1. So the required number of runs, 48 at the end of the over. 114 for 3 the Leewards.
And I can tell you that Barbados 52 for 2. So the second opener, McCaskey, has gone, and they require 121 runs to win, 8 wickets in hand.
And Guyana would have already defeated the West Indies Academy. And the win was combined composite game is completed as well.
Yes.
As pair bowls to Carty. Here we get another easy single. So they're doing it in singles since tea. 1 more to the total, 115. 47 runs required. The target is 162. And we didn't see any tourists coming today to look at this game. And down through back with a point. They will get at least 2 runs. As the fielder Terence Hines down on the back of the point boundary had some running to do across to his left. So 2 more to the youngster Joel Andrew, 117. It is for 3, the Leeward. The target is 162. And with those 2, Andrew has progressed to 30. So he has had a good match. A spear to bowl to flatter, faster delivery onto the back foot. Gets it down to Philip at extra cover. So it's actually Brian Charles down on the cover boundary and not Terence Hines. And he's swinging over mid-wicket. Has it cleared the fence? Yes, it has gone away. Is it? 6 runs. Yes, he just came down and swung it over mid-wicket for 6. Another lovely hit by the youngster. He's very confident. And once he makes up his mind, he's going to go through with a shot. Another 6 to the youngster.
Gary, it's a long time that I haven't seen a youngster as talented as Joel Andrew. And he's so calm, so calculated with his batting. The partnership is now 52 runs, and it has come up so easily.
And he has scored 36 out of those 52. So it's 123 for 3 of the Leewards. And it's coming forward again. And we get an easy single. So good for the youngster. As they have been saying all match, all day yesterday and today. He has looked good, and he's a good fielder as well. He took an excellent catch. And so he dismissed Terence Hines, the delivery, into the offside. So 124 for 3 at the end of the over.
He has really good eyes, Gary, and good hands. And I think that we're seeing the birth of a special talent in Joel Andrew. And the Leewards are benefiting from this. Of course, I remind people who asked me yesterday about it. I said, listen, the contracts I think will be ending in June. And Joel Andrew might very well be inking his name on a new contract.
So sales will continue from that Lozak Road end. Looking to break this partnership. Came together at 72. So partnership of some 52 runs. And Joel Andrew has scored 37. 114 as he comes up from the far end. And he's looking to drive. Didn't time it. Goes bouncing down to mid-off. 124 for 3. And Andrew has faced 35 balls, Carlisle, and 37 runs. So he's scoring more than 100 runs per 100 balls. So strike rate of over 100. And since he has come to the middle, the runs have been flowing. So what can Trinidad do to stop this youngster? They just need 38 runs for victory. And since they have come out from lunch, they have scored some 18 runs over the wicket. Getting a delivery hustle onto the batsman. A loud appeal, maybe they thought he hit pad first, but I heard 2 sound from this point. But I think he got from bat onto the pad, but it was a loud appeal. We look at it on the monitor, and it would have been going down the onside as well.
Yeah, it seemed as if he was going to miss, but the fielders have been going up for everything.
So Seals will have to try once more from the far end. And 38 runs required. Win over number 35. Still have some 26 overs remaining after this. Over the wicket. Short and he's swinging. On the bounce. 2 bounces down to Jade Goli on the long leg fence. As the batsman Joel Andrew was just lumbering through for the single. And the return was thrown down towards the far end. But all is well. Single to the total, 125 it is for 3.
Gary, I will tell you that Barbados have lost a 3rd wicket, losing the wicket of Drake's bowled by Salmon. And so they still need another 120 runs to win with 7 wickets in hand.
Interesting developments there. And that game is being played at Sabina Park, I think.
Correct.
Seals. And Carty gets it into the onside. And the hands of the bowler going in the air again. Maybe looking to breach the defense of Carty, but he was to the measure of it and pushed it into the onside. 125. So another 37 runs for victory for the Leewards. And they have done well to prevent the Red Force team from going into the batting. They would have lost the first wicket on 4. And the third wicket went down on 72. This is a very good partnership. If they had gotten a wicket early after the fall of the third wicket, then we could have been some pressure would have been exerted on the batsman. But Sales comes up from the far end. Short delivery again, looking to swing into the onside. He missed it, probably came off the shoulder and goes down into the onside. So we're seeing Carty looking to pull 2 short deliveries since the tea interval and has not been able to connect. So Seals will continue, and there is lots of chatter and movement on the field by the Red Force players.
You look and you listen this, Gary, and you would think that the Red Force they have the Leewards 9 wickets down. But I love this chatter.
Seals comes up from the far end, bowls to Carty. Carty is getting from the inner portion of the bat down into the onside, so they're still trying to probably disturb or get under the skin of the Leewards team, but they just need 37 runs, so they have to get 7 wickets if they are to win the Red Force.
And both of these players are within touching distance of a half century. And it would do the world of good for both of them. If they are to get there, Joel Andrew will get his second of this game. And if Casey Carty is to get there, it will be his first. But it will bring him some added confidence.
So Joel Andrew would need 13, Carty would need 12. And the remaining number of runs, 37. So based on that, you should have enough runs for either batter to get, or for both of them to get to the half century. It depends on how quickly Andrew scores, because he has been scoring pretty quickly. So a single down to long on. And Jaden Seals is there, he feels 126. With a single, Andrew has gone on to 39. So Carty is actually on 37. And Andrew was on 38, so easy single. So they're doing it in singles. 127 for 3. So we need another 35 runs, the Leewards. So Leewards would have won the toss. An overcast morning on day 1. Onto the back foot, looking to play it square. The wicket misses. And was backing away to deliver. It was a little wide of the off stump. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get the edge. He kept it a little bit low as well. So pair to lovely bit of feeling by the fast bowler Philip Adexter. Was driven crisply, and he was diving away to his right and stopped what would have certainly been 4 if it had gone past him. Pair to Andrew onto the back foot this time, gets it between extra cover and that short mid-off, and goes down to Jeed Goli, who moves across to his left at long off, a single. And with that single, the total has gone on to 128. Andrew goes on to 40. Carty's on 38. Goes for a quick single return, comes in, stumps a broken loud appeal. And not outside umpire Carly Tuckett. So quick single. Good bit of feeling by Philip in the covers. Send the return to the keeper. But Joel Andrew, based on the umpire's decision, would have been safely home.
We don't have the shot, but it looked in real life as if he was home.
So the over is completed. 129 for 2 of the Leewards, and looking good.
Yes, and the partnership continues to grow. It is an important partnership between these two, because I like to tell people, Gary, that with the tournament still in progress, this is not just about this game alone. You're playing for the other games to come in the rest of the competition, and so you're looking for Casey Carty to get a good score and perhaps to come not out, and you're looking for Joel Andrew to get perhaps another half century and get settled in at this level. I mean, he's just back from playing one-day cricket with the West Indies on the 19 side. This is a totally new game for him in that it's first-class cricket, and it's only his second game, but he's looking good.
So Seals comes up from the far end to bowl to Cathy. So the Leewards, another 37 runs for victory.
33, Gary.
33, yeah, 33. And the Red Force would want to pick up 7 wickets, or they'll try to get the 7 remaining wickets, but based on the way the pitch has been playing, still a good batting strip. Nothing untoward is happening. And we have seen spinners getting some turn. We saw that Pierre would have gotten a couple balls to turn away outside the off stump, but nothing devilish in the pitch. Still a good batting strip. So the groundsmen here at Warner Park, they have done a wonderful, excellent job in preparing a good pitch for this round match between the Leewards and the Red Force as Seals comes up from the far end. Just pushed down into the one side. So every delivery that you see Seals bowls, he giving the impression that he almost got into the defense of the batsman.
Even when it comes from the full face of the bat.
So Leewards in sight of victory, and they started the morning hoping that they would have collected the remaining 4 wickets of the Red Force team quickly, and they did that fairly quickly because they started at 285 and they got up to 342. So the remaining 4 wickets added some 57 runs, and now the Leewards are just 33 runs away from victory. Seals to bowl to Cathy, short, and again he has missed it. Looking to swing into the onside. I think he's playing a bit too early.
He is. And he played over that one as well. You see, and you have to, every delivery, you have to keep your eyes on the ball and watch it straight onto your bat. And I think that he's playing a little bit early, you know, because there are times when a batsman would see a ball pitch in a certain area and he goes with the shot, not looking at it late. And that's 3 times he has tried it, 3 times he has not connected, but he lives to face another delivery.
So Seals will continue from that Lozak Road end to bowl to Vice Captain Cathy. This time playing it into the offside, should get at least a single. They've gone too quickly for the first one, but it is Terence Hines down at backward point running across to his left. Single takes a total to 130, and Joel Andrews on 40 comes into strike. Casey Cathy is also on 40. So with 32 runs needed, both batsmen need 10 each to get to the half century. So it'll be good for Joel Andrew and Cathy to come not out here this afternoon. So Seals will continue from the Lozak Road end to bowl to Joel Andrew. Short and a wayward delivery. One above the shoulder signal by umpire Crawford as square leg, and Carly Tuckett, the presiding umpire, now indicating that one above the shoulder.
Lucky for that not to be called wide, Gary, because when you look at that, Joel Andrew would have needed a step ladder to get to it. It was way over his head.
So Seals will continue from that far end. So the Red Force did well to come back in this game after being dismissed for 137 and with a deficit of 181. They batted better in the second innings. Right up and gets it down towards back of the square for a single. 131, and Joel Andrew has gone on to 41. So the over is completed. 131 for 3, the Leewards.
And he keeps strike, does Joel Andrew. He's on 41 runs. Every single minute he spends at the crease will be important for him, because it's a learning curve, and so he will be learning the art of playing first-class cricket. Hopefully in the future he will use this as experience, because listen, this young man, if he stays productive, he's going to play 5-day cricket.
Yes. So Pierre will continue from this the media center end. So the Leewards just 31 runs away from victory. And Redforce trying to prevent that. Pair around the wicket. A single down to long off. Delivery outside the off stump. The batsman was backing away and got it down to long off. So another easy single, 132. So
It must be a frightening sight to face Joel Andrew in school cricket.
Pair. Carty's defensively pushing it back down the strip on the offside. Spear goes around the wicket, floated up, but Carty's not going to be tempted. Just pushed it back down to Cephas Cooper and extra cover, and he feels Carty's onto the back foot, looking to force into the offside. Went bouncing down to extra cover. 30 runs the Leewards need to win. Redforce would want to get 7 wickets. And looking to play a naughty shot. Just stood there and fanned at it, missed it, taken behind by the keeper. Fortunately for him, as Carty didn't get an edge, so he might have just lost concentration on that delivery. So he would have to refocus. And over is completed. 132 for 3, the Leewards.
Carty on 40, Joel Andrew on 42, and the Leewards 132 for 3 means that they are 30 runs away from victory, and Trinidad and Tobago will have to get 7 wickets before then to win this game. But with the last wicket going down with the score on 71 for 3, these two have added an important 62 runs partnership, 61 runs partnership.
So another change of bowling at the far end. The other speedster, Anderson Phillip, who has picked up 2 for 21 from his 7 overs, has been brought back into the attack to see if he can break this partnership and see if he can pick up some quick wickets and put some pressure on the Leewards. But Carty and Joel Andrew, they have looked good. Carty has looked solid, and equally so Joel Andrew, the youngster, has looked very confident. As Phillip the ball to Andrew into the offside. We get a single down to back with a point. So with that single, Joel Andrew will move on to 43, and the total has gone on to 133 for 3. The target is 162. So just 29 runs required by the Leewards. So they have scored some 27 runs since the tea interval in about 27 minutes. So they're basically going to a run per minute, as Phillip will continue from that far end into the offside. We get another easy single. So they're doing it in singles. And Carty with a single has gone on to 41. Joel Andrew is on 43, comes back into strike, 134. Just some 28 runs away from victory, the Leewards. And these two would want to take them to victory. And the Leewards would cement their place in the second spot. The Winwards would have already defeated the CCC, as Phillip comes up from the far end over the wicket, short and wide, and Andrew looking to go after it, missed it. No signal of wide coming from the umpire. Second above the shoulder coming from umpire Carly Tuckett.
A naughty shot from Joel Andrew. He could well have left that. He was trying to play it up and over, but he just has to keep batting. There will be more opportunities to score.
So Phillip will continue from the far end. Joel Andrew, be mindful that he would want to come with a half century, not out. He's on 43. Vice captain is on 41, outside the off stump. taken low down by the silver. So the Red Force probably this morning would have been hoping to get up to a total of 175 to give the Leewards, or closer to 200, and then that might have put some pressure on the Leewards. But even with the 162, I am sure they would have been thinking if they can get some early wickets and get them quickly, they could have put some pressure on the Leewards. They got a wicket early, and then they got a third wicket at 72, but this is a very important partnership between Carty and Anju. And he's into the offside. We go down towards back of the point, where Seals has to move across to his left, and another single to Joel Anju. With a single, he has gone on to 44, and the total has gone on to 135 for 3. So just 27 runs away from victory the Leewards. So they would have started this match by winning the toss in overcast conditions here at Warner Park and inserted the Red Force, and they were dismissed for 137. Jude Gooley top score with 30 as Philip from the far end, and Carty is getting it down to fine leg fielder comes across. He will. Is he going to pull it back? He has. So 2 runs to Carty, 2 more to the total to bring up the end of the over. 137 it is for 3.
And Carty has moved on to 43. 44 is Joel Andrew. And I think as you reflected on the start of the game, Gary, the problem for the Red Force is that they suffered a bit of a stutter in the last game against the Academy. And they brought that into this game. They were chasing a low total of 59, I think, if my memory serves me right. And they lost some 4 wickets in that chase. And came into this game, they would have been hoping to correct that. But instead, they were bowled out for 137. And so once the Leewards replied strongly, the Red Force were always behind the 8 ball.
Pair bowls to Anju into the offside. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for a second. A ball leaving the bat in the air, but well out of the reach of the 2 short fielders. 2 more to the youngster Joel Anju. So he has gone on to 46. And the total 139. 23 runs away from victory Leewards. Anju faces up to Pair. So Anju is in sight of another half century in this game.
1 boundary away.
And based on where he has been batting, you could expect him to do that. As he faces his driving down to extra cover. 22 runs away. 4 runs away from half century is Anju. 7 runs away for the half century for Casey Carty. And he's swinging into the onside in the air. The fielder is coming in off the boundary. He will not get to it. And also the one running back from the mid-wicket position, a kind of force. He didn't get hold of it. And it went high in the air. Unfortunately for him, it fell between the 2 fielders. The one running in from long on and Jason Mohammed running back from mid-wicket.
He was not quite over that delivery. When he got to the pitch and over that delivery, previously you noticed that it soared for 6. And so, fortunate this time, he got 2. He's now on 48.
141 for 3. The Leewards coming forward and driving in the air. Out caught. Joel Anju came casually forward. The ball came from the outer portion of the mat. Catch taken at extra cover. And Joel Anju has been dismissed for 48.
Another unforced error. And so we have seen 4 wickets go down for the Leewards. And all 4 from what we call unforced errors. So he's 141 for 4. The Leeward Islands chasing 162 for victory. And they seem every now and again to give the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force a sniff, giving them a chance by gifting wickets away.
So Jeremiah Louis, who made 41 in the first innings, he had a good partnership with the youngster Anju in the first innings. They put on a partnership of 100 and 7 for the 6th wicket. And so he made 41. So Andrew was just dismissed, caught at extra cover. And he made 48 off the bowling of Carey Pearce. So Pearce picking up 2 wickets in this innings. And coming into this game, he only had 5. So now he has picked up 2. In the first inning, as a matter of fact, he got 1 wicket, 1 for 48 from 24.2 overs. So he has picked up 2 wickets so far in this match. And I'm sure he will want to pick up a couple more wickets. And the Leewards are just 21 runs away from victory. I don't know if the Red Force are having thoughts of picking up these remaining 6 wickets. But I'm sure the Leewards are confident that the remaining batsmen will be able to score these remaining 21 runs. And so it's going to be Jeremiah Louis facing up to Carey Pearce. The mid-on has come into long on has come into a deep mid-on and goes into the offside. So on the offside we have a slip, but the over is completed. 141 for 4 the Leewards.
And I'm sure that the coaches would have been in their ears. Don't take chances, get the runs, and secure the points. But the Leewards have so far stumbled by losing 4 wickets. And that was a solid partnership of 70 between the youngster Joel Andrew, who continues to impress, and his vice-captain in Casey Carty. And so it has brought out now Jeremiah Louis, and the Red Force are back in the hunt again. Fielder goes under the helmet at forward short leg, and the slip is in as well.
So Carty is on 43, and Carey Pearce is in the slip.
Bowling change from the far end.
And so it is Brian Charles who has replaced Seals from the far end. So Charles bowled 6 overs, none for 23. Now he has replaced Jaden Seals from that Lozak Road end. There's a slip, there's a point, extra cover and a mid-off. 4 short leg, short fine leg, backward square, mid wicket and a long on. So Charles will looking to get a wicket or 2 here over the wicket. And Casey Carty will looking to prevent that. 141. The target is 162. And when the Leewards bowled in the second innings, Cornwall had 3 for 68 from 36. Carty's getting a good delivery in behind it. And Doran got 3 for 80 from 36 overs, including 10 maidens. 2 wickets to Jeremiah Louis, who is in the middle now, and looking to take things home for the Leewards. And Carty also would want to stay there. He's on 43. He's 7 for the half century. And that will do his confidence great deal of good. Brian Charles, the ball to Carty. So just 21 runs away, the Leewards from victory. 2 deliveries remaining. So no runs have been scored in this over so far from Brian Charles. And it will remain that way as Carty just came onto the front foot. So 1 delivery remaining in the over. And the score is 141 for 4. Last batsman to be dismissed, Andrew for 48. Caught at extra cover. And Carty ends the over with a dot. So made over from Charles, 141 for 4.
And the Leewards are still 21 runs away from victory. Casey Carty is on 43, and he has faced up to some 122 balls. And he needed the time at the crease, Gary, because he hadn't scored heavily since he returned from Australia with the one-day side. And I'm sure that he would be telling himself, listen, he has the discipline, he has the technical ability, so he just has to put some runs on the board.
So Jeremiah Louis is a silly mid-off, a slip. There is a point. The extra cover, a cover and a long off. And down on the onside, a long leg or deep backward square. So the Leewards need another 21 runs. Carey P has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 54, 2 for 56. He's in his 15th over. And Jeremiah Louis taking his own time, just removing some debris from the pitch. As delivery outside the off stump, gets it down to extra cover. So just about 20 minutes to go before 4 o'clock. The Leewards need 21 runs to win. As Pierre around the wicket, defended by Jeremiah Louis. So the Leewards went to tea at 106 for 3. And they have progressed to 141, 35 runs have been added since tea for the loss of Joel Anjo. And coming forward, goes down into the offside. So we saw a maiden over by Charles, and now Carey Pierre has delivered some 4 dot balls so far in this over. Goes around the wicket, and we get an easy single, and ball probably pass Carey Pierre in the air just to his left.
It was.
And went down too long for a single. So a little anxious moment there for Jeremiah Louis. So a single to the total, takes it on to 142. So 20 runs away the Leewards. And Carty, who is on 43, brings up the end of the over. 142 for 4, the Leewards. And Brian Charles will continue from the far end. There's a conversation between Brian Charles, but it seems as though he will continue from the far end. Anderson Phillip is giving the ball a good polish. So Charles will continue from the far end. And Jeremiah Louis is on 1. Casey Carty is on 43. And the Red Force trying to slow down things here. As Mohammed will go in a short mid-on position, just on the edge of the square. And there's a forward short leg. There's also a mid-wicket. There's a forward square on the fence and a short fine leg, or short backward square. Taken on the pad, loud appeal. The umpire Tuckett is on move. Another appeal by the Red Force fielders. And might have come from the glove onto the pad. And total remains on 142 for 4. The Leewards need another 20 runs to win. So Charles will continue from the far end as the keeper will remove his sunglasses and give it to Carey Pierre at slip. And it's played into the onside, no run. So the Red Force keeping things tight. The last couple of overs have been tight. But they only require 20 runs. And Brian Charles from the far end. And looking at sweep taken on the pad. Not a loud appeal. Umpire Tuckett is on move. As we look at it on the monitor once again to see where the ball was heading. Well, it would have been heading down the onside. But lots of chatter still on the field. The Leewards just need 20 runs to win. Jeremiah Louis on 1. Casey Carty, the non-striker, he's on 43. And just pushed it down into the offside. So a quiet period of play here since Joel Anjo has been dismissed. Things have slowed down quite considerably. The Leewards no need to worry or rush it. They need 20 runs to win. As Charles comes up and pushed back down the offside of the pitch. 142. The Leewards, they presently scoring at 3.33 runs per over. And Charles will come in from the far end.
Catch it! Ah!
Taking on the pad, loud appeal. Not out. I've seen a number of loud appeals to bring up the end of the over. Another appeal there by the Red Force players.
I was actually looking to see if they were appealing for light, because it's pretty sunny and bright here. That was clearly going to miss the stumps, but the fielders are going up for every and anything, more in hope than anything else.
So Carripier will continue from the media center end. Casey Carty just had a quiet word with Jeremiah Louis. And he's in sight of a half century. He's on 43, that's Casey Carty. He has faced 123 balls as Carripier goes around the wicket. And he will not get a single. So Pierre has been tight in the last couple of overs. And he will continue to bowl to Casey Carty. And he's getting a good delivery, spinning away outside the off stump. And Casey Carty probably just playing inside the line of that delivery and spun away outside the off stump to be taken behind by Joshua De Silva. Floated up and into the offside, no chance of a run. Good tumbling save by the fielder, short extra cover. Let's see for Scooper under the helmet, looking for the drive in the air. Carty is not going to be tempted, just easily push it into the offside. So Red Force start in the morning on 285 for 6 and were dismissed for 342 in 133.3 overs. So the long on has come into mid-on. And Carty is just defending. So one delivery remaining in the over. And Carripier is about to bowl another maiden over from the media center end. Carty is sweeping down towards the back of the square area. Hines up someone into the across to his left. He picks it up. And the batsman calls for a single to the end of the over. 143 for 4, the Leewards.
And requiring now 19 runs for victory, the Leewards. And so they will know that they can do it quite easily. We were looking at what? 62 overs, Gary? And so we are still some 18 overs away from that. And the Leewards need only 19 runs to win. 1 run from the over. And Jeremiah Louis, he is on 2. He will remain on strike for the start of this over. Casey Carty is on 44.
Actually, got a single off the last over. That's Casey Carty, so it's Carty who will be on strike. Carty is on 44. And Jeremiah Louis is on 1 in non-striker. Carty is pushing down into the onside. 143, so 19 runs away.
Go ahead, Charlie. Work, Charlie.
Casey Carty, 6 runs away from his half century. And I'm sure he'll want to stay there until the end. Charles Carty is driving in the air.
Carty. So he has moved on now to 48. And the Leewards are 147 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So they're just 15 runs away from victory. And Charles will continue. Carty is 2 runs away from his half century. He has faced 131 balls. Flatter, faster, swinging to the onside, down towards the back of the square boundary for 4 to bring up the half century to Casey Carty. Good knock. Short delivery, and he swung it away down towards the back of the square boundary for 4. And the 150 also coming up for the Leeward. So they're just 11 runs away from victory. Carty bringing up a good half century here at Warner Park.
Excellent half century. Not just because he has gotten a half century, but because it's his first for the season so far. And more importantly, it's a half century that is helping to take his team towards victory. Good knock by Casey Carty.
6 fours, 132 balls. And he will want to steady. He would want to come not out. He wouldn't want to give it away. Now that Leewards are only 11 runs away from victory. And that will do his confidence a great deal of good. The vice captain of the Leewards came in as an opener in this inning. And he's turning it around the corner. We get an easy single. So he has gone on to 53, 152. 10 runs away.
Work on that.
The Leewards did well in this game. They would have dismissed the Red Force for 137. They made 318. And then the Red Force put up more resistance in the second innings, 342. And the Leewards now
Done.
just 10 runs away. Make that our chance here as the fielder at short mid-off, mid-on, knocked it down, and Casey Carty was, well, actually, Jeremiah Louis was looking for the single. Casey Carty was not interested, and he almost got to the point of no return, but everything ended well. Over is completed, 152 it is for 4.
Possibly a run there, Gary, but it takes 2 to run a single. Even if you run down to the other end and you come back, it's not a run. And so the non-striker, Casey Carty, might have been ball watching a little bit, but the important thing is that he shouted early. He said no, no, and he was emphatic. And so Jeremiah Louis had to turn and come back, and the score remains 152 for 4. 10 runs away from victory, the Leewards.
So Pierre will continue from this the media center end. We're bowling to Carty. And spinning away outside the off stump. He was backing away. And he stretched, got it down towards the point area. No run. So Pierre will continue around the wicket. Full delivery on the outside. Swing in the air, down towards the field on the boundary. Carty is out, caught down on the long leg fence. A full delivery, and he swung it in the air down towards the fielder, down on the boundary. And Carty has given his hands away. He's out for 53, and the Leewards losing the 5th wicket.
You see the importance of that run? They possibly had a run in the last over, which Carty turned down. And now he got a full delivery and swung it down to the fielder who was on the boundary. And so he has lost his wicket for 53. And the Leewards, we will tell you, is another gift. They have given away another wicket. And now out to the middle comes Kyron Powell.
So Kyron Powell has decided he will have to go to the middle to try and get Leewards to victory. There's 10 runs required though, and the Leewards should be able to win. And you see Jaden Seals just his gesticulation, like asking Kyron Powell, where are you going? You only need 10 runs. You didn't need to come out here. But Kyron Powell has decided that he will come out and try and seal victory for the Leewards. So Leewards losing another wicket, 152 for 5. There's 10 runs needed. And Kyron has struggled to the middle, batting at number 7. And so Pierre will go around the wicket. So Pierre has picked up 3 wickets in this innings. And Kyron will be facing up to carry Pierre down the pitch and drive in the air. Over mid-wicket is going down towards the boundary. Will get 2 runs. So right away, Kyron came down the pitch and drove it in the air over mid-wicket for 2. So he's off the mark, 154. It is for 5 wickets to Leeward, just 8 runs away from victory. So maybe Kyron coming out looking to end the game in this over. But he would have to be careful as well. And he's looking for the reverse sweep, taken outside the off stump and maybe off the glove as well. And that shot maybe was on call for at this point in time, but he decided that he will go for it. He missed it. 154. It is for 5. The Leewards around the wicket to Powell. Powell is coming forward, taking on the pad. And it's given out. Kyron has been given out. LBW and Carey Pierre has picked up another wicket, and the Leewards have lost another wicket. 6 wickets down for 100. And he was coming forward. He looked to be in front, Carlisle?
Looks to be in front.
So Kyron Powell, LBW for 2, and the Leewards 154 for 6. So the Leewards giving it away here. 2 wickets in this over to Carey Pierre. So Pierre getting another wicket. He has now taken 4 wickets. And the Leewards still 8 runs away from victory. And the Red Force have picked up 3 quick wickets. And the Leewards, that was playing around the pads, missed it, taken on the pad, appeal went up. And based on the monitor, is looked to have been struck in front, and Kyron Powell has been dismissed for 2. And
And it's taking a long time for the next batsman to come onto the field.
so Karen, Raheem Cornwall, who probably wasn't prepared to come out to bat, is now going out into the middle. And the Leewards certainly making a mess of things here. They've lost a couple of quick wickets. And the captain, Cornwall, is running to the middle, Carlisle.
Yeah, I think he was not quite ready to get down there into the middle. And you have at all times have to be ready to get out and bat. In a game in Australia recently, batsman went out in his shorts, Gary. He was timed out, and having been timed out, then his captain came in. The captain was not ready to take strike, was not ready to bat, and so somebody sacrificed their wicket. But the Leeward seem to have been in a bit of a hurry. They have lots of time left in this game, and so all they have to do is to bat sensibly and get the 8 runs which are required.
So 8 runs required, but the Leewards have lost 2 wickets in this over. As Pierre took Cornwall. Cornwall is driving in the air down towards the deep cover area, and it will go close to the boundary. Gulick came around, but they will only get a single. And if there was another batter there, they probably could have gotten 2 or a single to bring up the end of the over. 155. They still require 7. So Leeward's 155 for 6. And Cornwall is on 1 with that shot. And Louis is there. Louis is on 1. He has faced some 13 balls. And the Red Force probably harboring thoughts of getting the 4 wickets for before they score the remaining 7 runs probably.
Well, let's say that the score is 155 for 8. It's a totally different complexion in the game. Yes, only 7 runs required, but you still have to bat sensibly.
So Cornwall wouldn't want to be giving it away. It's not like you have 7 runs off 6 balls off or 2 balls. You have 7 runs off how many overs? Lots of overs remaining. All of 16 as Charles. And there is Cornwall looking for a reverse sweep. Unnecessary shot.
Absolutely unnecessary.
So the Leewards are really making things difficult here at Warner Park, playing some unnecessary shots. They have been giving away their hands.
That's turning sharply, though. That's going to miss. But you just need sensible batting. And what we have seen recently is not sensible batting.
You just need to come forward and play the ball in front of you. You just need 7 runs. No need for these reverse sweeps. As Charles will come up to bowl to Cornwall. Cornwall is in behind it. Mr. Kyron came out. The first delivery went down the track. He didn't time it. He just managed to clear the field at mid wicket. They got 2. Then the next shot was a reverse sweep. Then the next shot, he was struck on the pad and given out. Charles comes up, flatter faster. And Cornwall pushed it back down the strip. And then Cornwall, second delivery he faced, looking for a reverse sweep as well. So putting pressure on their own self here at Warner Park. 7 runs required. That's Charles bowling from that far end, Lozak Road end. And he will go into the onside. And the fielder was quickly around as Chase Mohammed, but he didn't pick it up. If he had picked it up cleanly, he could have had a chance to run out Cornwall, who was going down to the far end. As a matter of fact, it was Cephas Cooper. And he was disappointed, Carla, that he didn't pick it up cleanly.
But it was played away to his right. And you said Cornwall is running. You're very kind, more like lumbering.
And they got a single. So with that single, they're going to 156. So 6 runs, 1 scoring shot away from victory. But the way the Leewards have been playing, they would rather play it safe. As Charles bowls to Jeremiah, he's coming forward. And so things are looking a bit tighter than it seemed about a half an hour ago when Leewards were batting and the runs were flowing when Joel Andrew was there. Since Andrew has been dismissed, things have changed. But they still have 4 wickets in hand, 6 runs required for victory for the Leewards. Charles to Louis. Louis is going to get an easy single. So with a single, we just need 5 runs. With a single, Louis has gone on to 2. So 2 from 15 balls to bring up the end of the over. 157 for 6, the Leewards.
You're 5 runs away. And the Leewards have been making very heavy weather of this recently. But they should get home from here because they still have another, they still have wickets in hand, 4 wickets in hand. They should get home from here, Gary.
So Jeremiah Louis will be facing up to Carey Pierre, who in all of this has been picking up wickets. So he has gotten 4 wickets, 4 out of the 6. So he has gotten 4 wickets. Brian Charles, 10 overs, none for 34. And so Carey Pierre will continue from this immediate center end. The long on has been brought into a mid-on. The only fielder out on the onside is down at the long leg. Pierre around the wicket. Louis is driving. Will not get a single, as is a fielder at cover. Fielder at cover is Tion Webster. Cephas Cooper next to cover. Jason Mohammed on the edge of his career at a short mid-off. Spinning away outside the off-stump. So there are 5 fielders on the offside a point. There's a cover point, a cover. There's an extra cover, and there's a short mid-off in Jason Mohammed. Goes to Jeremiah Louis looking to swing into the onside, missed it, taken behind by the keeper. So the Leewards making life difficult for themselves here at Warner Park. There's only 5 runs required, and Jeremiah Louis was probably looking to end it with that shot, but he missed it. Around the wicket pair, and Louis into the onside will not get a single because Cornwall is the non-striker. And Jeremiah Louis, be mindful of that. Probably just need to get it more in the vacant mid-wicket area. So 5 runs required, still 4 wickets in hand. And it's looking to swing again, gets it down towards the forward square area to go close to the boundary. Fielder comes across, he cannot stop it. It has gone into the boundaries, close the level, 161. The Leewards for 6 wickets. Good shot by Jeremiah Louis.
Well, yes, the vacant mid-wicket was there enticing him. And twice he had attempted to make that shot, didn't connect. And now we see a fielder coming over into the onside. But only 1 run is required by the Leewards to win this game. They have made heavy weather of it, but their scores are level now.
So just 1 run away for victory for the Leewards. Has been a good game for them. He bowls into the onside. We go through for the single.
Runs.
And the Leewards are victorious here at Warner Park. And it goes back for the second run. So 2 runs to end the match here. Leewards winning by some 4 wickets, ending on 163 for 6 wickets. Leewards winning by 4 wickets over the Red Force.
Yeah, the 4 runs will count because, I think they'd completed the 1 run that was required before it rolled across the boundary. But the umpire was still obliged to signal 4. And so victory for the Leeward Islands over Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I think both teams will go away, sit down and do some maths. Because, Gary, this is not a pitch that you play on and you don't expect to get hundreds. It was fairly easy. People got starts. Nobody got 100 on this pitch. And that is perhaps one of the disappointing things for me coming out of this game. Because it was easy enough to expect that people would score hundreds. They didn't.
Yes, it has been a good batting strip. We saw Joel Andrew get into 87. And then we saw for Trinidad, Jade Gooley, he got to 64. And then in the second innings, we saw Casey Carty get into a half century. And then Joel Andrew also making 48. And those players would have given away their hands. But we tell you that the game here at Warner Park has been completed. The Hurricanes winning over the Red Force by 4 wickets. And that's it from Warner Park.